All right. Good evening, everybody. Hope everyone is enjoying their Friday the 13th so far. Lucinda, thank you so much for the host. I do have alerts and stuff disabled for the stream, just to kind of keep distractions and stuff down, but I can still see everybody's support, and I'll still be, shouting out anybody who supports, but no sounds, no on-screen notifications. Just kind of focus on the game. Oh man, hope everybody's ready for a weekend of Silent Hill again. It's been a little while since we've done one of these marathons. And of course, this is just the first part of an overall 72-hour marathon. It's going all weekend long. We're covering all the main games in the series. We're basically just going to be tag teaming, so as soon as I'm done with this, Ravenheart's going to be on with Silent Hill 2, and it'll just go on and on from there. All members of Team Silent, all games in the series. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing well tonight. Let me catch up on chat. What's up, ISO? Hey, Lebuste. Lucinda, thank you again for the host. Turner D. Banana Stun. Marowak of Doom. Hey, Meep. Colorful Meep. Good to see you here. Tua, 89. M. Angel, hello. Sarah Dwin. The Raging Mule. Not K. Thanksy. Hey, Food Pyramid. And Segaku, hello. Adokins. Hey, Turtle. Hey, Mango. What's up, Irimi? Fixing to go play Shadowrun. Go enjoy your Shadowrun, man. It's all good here. We're going to be chilling with some Silent Hill and some good people all weekend long. Psylocke, thank you so much for the 24 months. Very much appreciate the resub. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. 2 years of nub love. Congrats on the 2 years. Thank you so much for all that support. That is amazing. Maxie, thank you so much for the host. And again, this marathon is going to be going all across all the members of Team Silent. So Maxie will be up a little bit later. Going to be playing Silent Hill 4 and Silent Hill Downpour. Because somebody's got to do it. And I've got to play Book of Memories later, so. Luckily, that's not for a couple days. Hey, Haswar. Hey, Fire Prince. Hey, Tilda Live. Hey, Fallen Isel. Blaze the Pipe 420. It is a Silent Hill marathon. Let's get to the Silent Hill. That is still such a good fucking intro. I love the music and the visuals and everything of it. Tilda Live, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you. James Farr with the 10-month resub. Very much appreciate that. Welcome back, James. And Tyrant Carnivore with the 19-month resub. Thank you very, very much. Nifty with the 9 months as well. Thank you so much for that support, you guys. That is very, very much appreciated. I'm guessing these aren't speed runs and more to enjoy the game. That's correct, Blaze. So I'm going to be... We're watching all the cutscenes. We're just playing through and enjoying the game. Let's do hard mode. But yeah, we're just going to be taking our time going through it. Watching all the scenes, talking about the story. Covering some Easter eggs. Reading all the notes. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl. Yeah, Jack. This is the very first Silent Hill game. And we've already got a lot of plot going on. Immediately from the intro, like, the intro movie gives us the first bit of the story. Where we can see Harry driving with, along the road with Cheryl. Cheryl! You drive past Sybil Bennett on her motorcycle, the officer from the neighboring town of Brahms, or Brahms, or Brahms, depending on who says it. Harry sees a girl in the road and swerves to miss her, crashes down into the town of Silent Hill, wakes up, and Cheryl is gone. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. And immediately, stuff is not right. The roads are blocked. The street is blocked. Can't get out of town through here. Froll, thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for the 7 months of support. Very much appreciate it. What's up, Person Suit? There's a lot of Easter eggs in this game as well. A lot of little tucked away references to a lot of the things that inspired Team Silent when they were working on this game. You can see very faintly there, but still legible. Bill Skin's 5th on the newspaper, in the newspaper machine, is a reference to Silence of the Lambs and Buffalo Bill. An identical newspaper header. And Harry can hear footsteps all the way across town. knows the sound of his daughter's footsteps very, very well. He has very good hearing.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
And then from there, we just have Cheryl, what appears to be Cheryl, running off into the fog. It's one of the things about this game is just the appearance of the town with all this fog. And they use this to hide the limited rendering distance on the PlayStation 1. But it winds up becoming kind of a staple of the series, having the open town that you can just sort of wander through and get lost. And I love how creepy it starts getting immediately. You come into this alleyway, you have all the blood and guts and everything, just not too sure what it's supposed to be. What is it? There's like scrapes and scratches on the wall. These camera angles kind of makes it feel like something's sort of lurking and watching you. These cameras were so good, they copied them like exactly for several shots in the movie, in the first one. That's strange. It's getting darker. Better than nothing, I guess. Polyhedral Dice, thank you so much for the 100 bits. So many little detail effects. Like, I know it's a PlayStation 1 game from 1999. So this stuff is like hardly mind-blowing to look at now. But this rain effect that's going on is dynamic. It changes based on like where the rain hits, what kind of textures it falls on. You can very faintly see some movement around this bloody like body bag or hospital gurney. You can see there's these bugs sort of flying around. And if you notice, they'll actually go along with you when you move away from them. They follow you around because of your light. Lots of little subtle detail stuff that's going on. Especially for a game at this time. You got this crazy music. The Akira Yamaoka's audio for this. Just the metallic banging, and it's all still very rhythmic, but it's got this excellent way of just like making everything so tense.
What is this? What's going on here?
Suddenly children with knives and no way to defend yourself. And Harry just wakes up in the diner. Is it Odo X Joey?
Was I
Thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate the support.
How do you feel?
Oh, I like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it.
I love this music track.
You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
I love just sitting here reading chat's reactions to all the stuff in that scene. It's still like, again, I love the music and everything, but yeah, the idea of this police officer who you've just met is giving you a gun. She has an extra gun for some reason, because we see later that she still has her own like service pistol, but she also has a separate handgun just in case she needs to give one to a random guy she meets in the diner. True, this is supposed to be, you know, most likely in Maine. Decent amount of people have guns. I love that little scene there. You go and pick up the stuff on the bar, and it gives you just that quick little glimpse. The air screamer behind you in the window. Reminds me a lot of the liquor in Resident Evil 2 going across the window. Someday someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully they will find my notes useful. Hopefully they will find your notes useful. And you do find his notes pretty useful. Because you revisit a lot of these areas. Well, not a lot of them, but you revisit some areas from Silent Hill 1 in Silent Hill 3. So later on, I think it's Techie who's going to be playing Silent Hill 3 later, will be coming across some notes that he reads as Heather 17 years later. So those notes that you read in Silent Hill 3 are basically your save points from Silent Hill 1. Because you never get to read what Harry's writing down whenever you save. It just goes to, your save menu. But you actually get to read it in Silent Hill 3 from Heather's perspective way later. There's a absolute ton of Stephen King references throughout this game. Team Silent was very much inspired by a lot of Stephen King stuff. And that is Stephen King himself right there. It's hard to tell because, PlayStation 1 texture, graphics. But it's a famous poster of Stephen King holding a shotgun saying, "Study, damn it." His hair is all grown out. His beard is all grown out. But it was from the University of Maine newspaper, which Stephen King wrote for. And he put basically a spoof on like the ads telling people to, read more books and study. And it's usually like positive type of thing you'd have around a campus. And then Stephen King did his own version of it, which was "Study, damn it." If you just Google Stephen King "Study, damn it," you can pull up the original image pretty easily. Lots of little references to inspirations to Team Silent in this diner. Right next to the exit, we've also got some Portishead posters. And the more you listen to the soundtracks for the Silent Hill games, the more you can tell Akira Yamaoka was definitely taking a lot of heavy inspiration from the band Portishead. If you enjoy Silent Hill music and sort of the down-tempo kind of trip-hop stuff that Yamaoka uses a lot in the Silent Hill soundtracks, you will most likely enjoy Portishead.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
So we get our first forest encounter, our first enemy other than the children that we see in the nightmare sequence. The air screamer just smashing into the diner. Luckily, Harry's pretty good with that gun already, despite no formal training whatsoever. We get the most important Silent Hill thing, the radio. What's going on with that radio? Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. I love this effect of the map, that like blue rectangle effect, like cyborg vision. And it took me a while to realize that they just ripped that off pretty much directly from Resident Evil. So you don't actually have to go and check that alley again, but I'm gonna. Also gonna pick up some more ammo. But you get a little bit of extra dialogue and audio there. If you do go to the alley first, which is alleyway that you follow Cheryl into during the nightmare sequence in the very beginning. Yeah, Lepuste. Enhance. Enigma and Eternal Enigma and Nexus Rebound, thank you for the hosts, by the way. Much appreciated. Glad you could be here, Enigma. And again, thanks to all my good friends, all my fellow members of Team Silent here on Twitch, helping to make the events and marathons and stuff like this possible. Yeah, that exclamation point team command. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Ash. But yeah, the awesome friends of mine here on Twitch. And Eternal Enigma, Maxi Lobes, Ravenheart, UFO Techie. Everyone's going to be putting in some work this weekend, making this marathon happen. So definitely show them some love and support. To school.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
Cyborg vision. Enhance. Midwich Elementary School targeted. So you get that extra little bit of audio. A little more of an idea of where to go next. Sketchbook cover. This picture, it's me. The first picture that Cheryl drew in the sketchbook that I gave on her 5th birthday. I love that artist depiction there. It's a really good drawing of Harry. That's like one of my favorite pieces of Silent Hill fan art that exists out there, is a little comic strip of Harry Mason finding this notebook and reading this dialogue saying, "This picture, it's me." And then the camera flips around and shows Harry looking at the sketchbook, and his face looks exactly like this face on the cover, just like stuck onto his body. Wickedtron, thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate that support. Thank you. Oh shit. Hard mode. There's dogs in the alley. Those dogs aren't normally in that section. It's only on hard mode. God, there's so much shit in this alley on hard mode. Oh, is that a link to it, Off-World? Awesome. Yeah, if anybody wants to check that out, there it is. So this is your first real opportunity to just kind of wander around and get lost in Silent Hill, which is what most people do their first playthroughs. I certainly did. It took me so long to figure out how to even get to the school. Because there's like a whole puzzle thing here. And you've got to go around, find your way around a lot of different sections of the town. A lot of the roads are collapsed and broken away. So you can't just run directly to a lot of the spots, even if you know kind of where to go. Good old 8 Mart. Little reference to 7-Eleven. Oh, right, and I'm doing new game, so there's no channeling stone here. This is right here on the counter is where if you're doing extra new game or next fear, it'll be, you'll find a channeling stone here, a little blue gem for the UFO ending. I'm just doing a regular new game. I will still show the UFO ending. I plan on showing every ending. So we'll play through. We'll get whichever ending we get for this, which will probably be good plus. And then I'll show all the other endings from loading saves. All right. So now we need to go collect keys so that we can get through a particular door over to Midwich Street. Those footsteps take me back. I know. Even for the time, like, a lot of the minor sound effects, the sound of the footsteps and things like that are, I think, well done enough. They're kind of memorable. But I also spend entirely too much of my time playing these games, so there's lots of weird little things about them that I tend to remember and that tend to stick with me. Hey, what's up, Spook Social? Turner D, thank you for the host, by the way. I don't know if I already got that, but thank you. And thank you again, Wickedtron, for that brand new sub. God, air screamer's in my face. Supposed to wander around until you find the RV. That leads you to the alley. You can skip the RV entirely if you know about the alley ahead of time. RV? Are you mixing that up with the one in Silent Hill 2? Oh, okay. I missed the first part of that conversation. You mentioned, yeah, watching a Let's Play of Silent Hill 2. But yeah, it's kind of the same way. Like, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 both set up with to give you that sort of wander aimlessly for a while. There's little things that you can pick up around the town to kind of guide you more or less where you're supposed to be going, what you're supposed to be looking for. But yeah, if you're not using guides and if you're not doing anything like that, you're kind of just supposed to wander around a little bit lost in the fog, deal with monsters, and start finding supplies and just exploring this creepy town. So does Nubs speedrun this game? I do. I speedrun all the games in the Silent Hill series. Some better than others. Silent Hill 1 is like technically not one of my stronger games, but I do speedrun it. I think my personal best is something like 36 minutes for the easy category. New game easy is what most people run. They've actually got to find that note first that mentions the doghouse before Harry will even humor the idea of looking inside that doghouse for a key. But now we've got all three of our keys. If you don't know where these are, normally you just kind of wander through the town. You'd probably check a lot of the houses, and like none of them you can go into, except for this one. So you could find the note about the doghouse, find the key in the doghouse, get into this house. You'll find this door, which you wouldn't have any keys for, or you wouldn't have all three of them. And then you'd find this map, keys for Eclipse. Something is written on the map hanging on the wall. So then Harry copies this information on it onto your own map so that you can go and find the three keys. One in the top right there was the back of the cop car. Then the one in that basketball court in that alley. And the one down at the south end of Elroy Street. And it's the lion, the woodman, and the scarecrow. And the woodman is actually like a man in tin armor holding a wood-cutting axe. So it's a reference to the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Lion from Wizard of Oz. What? It's getting dark again? What's going on? Smashly, thank you so much for the host. Delta Supreme, thank you so much for the $5 tip. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Rocket Reviews, hello, welcome. Hey, Fungo. How's it going, man? We get a shout out for Fungo as well. Fungo's an absolute legend when it comes to Silent Hill. Done a ton of stuff on YouTube for many years now. And has recently started, well, not super recently. He's been on Twitch for a while now. But he's on Twitch now. Definitely go and check him out. Just got the 10-star rank in Silent Hill 3 today. Hell yeah. Those 10-star ranks are like no joke. Even for people who play these games all the time. 10-star is... it's a lot of work. I'm glad you finally got it. And now we're through the door using the keys for Eclipse, as it mentioned on the map. And those keys for Eclipse are a bit of a forewarning, a little bit of foreshadowing for the town being sort of swallowed by this darkness as soon as you get through. And again, it's very clever them using the darkness and the fog to kind of hide the rendering distance. Having this much open area with no like loading screens breaking up zones and stuff for the most part on a PS1 game is just kind of insane. And a lot of that is thanks to little tricks like that. Hiding the rendering distance in the fog and in the darkness to be able to keep the town feeling very open. A lot of people don't even realize you can get inside the bus. You can get on the bus. Got to get on the kindergarten cop bus. This is one of those things where there's a lot of stuff in this game taken from Kindergarten Cop. The artists and creative team on members of Team Silent, they needed a good point of reference for a typical American elementary school, and they used the one in Kindergarten Cop as their reference. Rachel, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody coming over with Cyborg Rachel. Rachel, nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went okay, despite all the licorice. Hope it went all right otherwise. Drunk as all get out with actual liquor. Well, then you're having a great weekend. Having a great start to your weekend. That's awesome. You definitely need it. Hey, Bane. Glad to see you, man. Yeah, much love to you. I hope things are going all right for you. I know it's a rough time. But Rachel, thank you again so much for the raid. And Kreba, thank you again for that host. Back demons. Oh yeah, Bullet Adjust is on. We got plenty. Hey, Lazy Tiger. Somehow that worked. I didn't think it would work because I was up on the stairs. Nope, stay down. I was kind of talking to people, welcoming the raids and the hosts and all that stuff. But I do want to pick up the map. I want to stop and look at some other stuff. And some notes over here that I don't want to just rush past. So first, we have a teacher's list. Listing Moore, Ronaldo, and Gordon. Must be a list of the teachers. It's also a list of the names. Let me see. Oh, does my... I was trying to pull up a reference image. No, apparently OBS is not okay with that. Well, it's the names of the band members in Sonic Youth. With the exception of Steve Shelley. Left out poor Steve Shelley. But apparently Kim Gordon was also a teacher. Alessa's teacher. And we've got some notes written in blood. This is something that it took me several playthroughs to actually understand. Like, I figured out basically the sequence of events for getting through the school before I figured out the significance of these notes telling you the order that it all happens in. Sometimes these games, you kind of figure stuff out backwards like that. It's written in blood. 10 o'clock, Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm, the future hidden in his fist. Exchange for sage's water. So there's a clock tower out in the main little common ground area, the little courtyard area. And if you go and examine the clock tower, it'll show a different time. So if we go look at it right now, it'll say 10 o'clock, because this is the step that we're currently on. You need to go to the Alchemy Laboratory, which is the science room, the science lab. Gold in an old man's palm. So there's literally a gold coin, like a big disc, that we need to get out of a statue of an old man's hand in order to progress the future hidden in his fist. In exchange for sage's water, we have to pour acid on it to melt the hand away and get the gold coin. It's written in blood. 5 o'clock, darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. That's the last thing. Before that, 12 o'clock. So it's all in sequential time to let you know the order of things to solve. So 12 o'clock, a place with songs and sound, which will be the music room. A silver guidepost is untapped in Lost Tongues. There's a silver coin that goes along with the gold one, and it's posted up above a poem. Awakening at the Ordained Order. And you have to find the correct order of keys to play on a piano. That'll be the second thing that we have to solve. And then, the final thing to solve, the darkness bringing the choking heat, we have to go shut down, or rather turn on the boiler. Oh, excuse me. But we have to go into the boiler room of the school and turn on a boiler or a generator, something like that. Razlik, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Much appreciated. What was that? Who in the hell was that? Thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. Hey, Memories Embrace. Hope you're doing well. Get this first aid kit. More health drinks. Got a sign here. One of the most confusing signs in the entire series. Just says Silent Hill Hospital on it. Because, there's like 9 different hospitals in Silent Hill. Not a single one of them is called Silent Hill Hospital. There's Alchemilla, there's Brookhaven, Cedar Grove. Never heard of Silent Hill Hospital, though. Another little section of the school that was taken from the background of Kindergarten Cop. You can find, again, my reference images are not coming up, like my screen cap is not working correctly. But you can find comparison images showing this little corner of the infirmary, this like metal medical supply case with the posters in the same spot and similar things on the shelves, same design. A lot of little posters and things like that throughout the school that are also in the background of Kindergarten Cop. This one here, the blue one with the little swirls. Some of the other ones. But I heard there's like 3 different prisons too. Oh yeah, I guess there would be. There's several prisons, a bunch of hospitals, and it's a tourist town, so 1 theme park. 8 hospitals, 4 prisons, 1 theme park, 1 hotel, or 2 hotels, I guess. Yeah, and some sewer levels. And an underground coal mine. I mean, there is, but it's not the one that you think it is. And it's not on fire. It plays very little role in the overall series, as far as the games are concerned. The upscale hotel and the cut rate motel. Yeah. Oh shit, I should have just kicked it before they got closer. Larval baby stalker will follow you around. Yeah, as long as you're I guess as long as you don't like run, you don't shoot, you're just kind of walking, it'll stick around. It won't actually just go and vanish. Never understood this little weird ghost. It was originally going to be a more fleshed out creature. It was still going to be not like an actual aggressive enemy. But it was going to be more opaque. It wasn't originally just going to be like a translucent shadow. They were going to be weird little skinless baby looking things. But that wouldn't fly. They're called larval stalkers. Yep. The little ones are larval stalkers, and then they grow up into the bigger ones called stalkers. Then there's the full-on childlike mumblers, which are the ones that keep stabbing me in the balls. We got the gold medallion. Gold from the old man's palm. We can go slap that into the clock and then move on to the next. You guys know the inventory in this game's 480i, but the game's in 240p. One of the few PS1 games that switches resolution like that. Yep. I learned that whenever I tried to stream this game the first time, and it was making my capture card freak out. Have a favorite enemy in the Silent Hill series? Not one singular overall like favorite. I've got a lot of different favorites. I'm a big fan of the closers, aka the Mandarins in Silent Hill 2, or the closers in Silent Hill 3. I like those. From a design standpoint, they're some of my favorites. I like the twin victims in Silent Hill 4. Flesh Lips, Abstract Daddy. There's a lot of designs that are just so fucking good. All right. We've got the piano puzzle. There's some blood on some of the keys. Does this mean anything? It actually doesn't. Check the piano. This is one of those puzzles that for a lot of people, this was one that they had to look up or, figure out some other way to solve it. A lot of people have a tough time solving this one. I had a tough time solving this one as a kid. But we have the blood splattered across the keys, and it's kind of got like these darker spots to it. And most people, like, you would look at this and think, oh, these are going to be the significant keys. This is going to have something to do with it. Not at all. All the important stuff is here. It's just going to matter if it's a black key, if it's a white key, and where it is in relation to the other keys. Although I guess before I read this, there is one other thing to note about the keys first. Some of them make a tone, some of them do not. So some just make a click, and some make their actual respective note. They come to the wall, and we got a lot of notes around the school written in blood. So it's a tale of birds without a voice. It's a poem. Tale of birds without a voice. So we're referencing only the keys on the piano that do not make their actual tone. They don't make a sound except for the little clicking sound. So the way we're going to look at the keyboard and think about it in terms of the rest of this poem is leftmost part of the keys are earlier or closer. The rightmost part of the keys are further away. And the color of each bird mentioned will refer to the color of the key. So first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So first one to fly, eager for the reward. So it's going to be a leftmost white key that does not make a sound. Then came a silent dove, another white bird, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So it's the leftmost silent white key, and then the rightmost silent white key. A raven flies in, just like Ravenheart flying in and hosting me at the perfect moment. Thank you so much, Raven. It's going to be joining for this marathon. Dude, thank you so much for the host. Perfect timing. And again, this is just part of a overall 72-hour marathon. Everybody in Team Silent is going to be participating. We'll be bouncing from channel to channel. Raven will be up next with some Silent Hill 2. Unless I completely mixed up the schedule in my brain, which I've been doing already. But yeah, Raven flies in, a Raven heart. So our first black key, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. So first was the pelican, leftmost white key. Next was the dove, rightmost white key. Raven, a black key above where the dove is. So it's right next or right above the rightmost white key where the dove was. A swan glides in, another white bird, to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. So it doesn't specifically say where, but it's a silent white key next to another silent key. And then finally out comes a crow. So black key coming quickly to a stop. Quickly to a stop would be earlier, which would be further to the left. Yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? Yeah, a Crocidea. Swooped in at the end. Coming quickly to a stop. So the blood on the keys doesn't have anything to do with anything. I guess maybe it determines that these are the only keys out of the entire piano that you're paying attention to, but there's also blood on some of the ones next to these. So yeah, the blood doesn't really mean much. But following that logic, a tale of birds without a voice, all of these silent piano keys, we have the leftmost white key, the pelican, the rightmost silent white key, the dove, above that, the raven, the swan next to another bird, and the crow early on finding a spot, and then yawning and napping. It's one of the more difficult puzzles throughout Silent Hill. Definitely one of the ones that I know a lot of people had to look up. It's no Shakespeare puzzle from Silent Hill 3, but that one's kind of legendary. But this one, still pretty rough. And it's a common thing with this puzzle and that puzzle and a lot of the ones that usually are more difficult. Throughout these games, a lot of it comes down to how much you can misread information. There's extra bits of information to throw you off what the actual solution is. Like, there's a lot of different ways to read and interpret the poem. There's a lot of different ways to look at which keys are the important ones, if it's the ones that make a note, if it's the ones that are silent, if it's the ones with blood on them. There's all these extra bits of information that don't really correspond to the answer. So it kind of throws you on like a false train of logic for a while. Wow, Rigid getting off an early pyramid. That is impressive. Got a decent amount of people here to stop that kind of thing. And he still did it. Good job, Rigid. Hope you're doing well. Silent Hill 3 hard puzzles in general are hell. There's some pretty... Oh, God. There's definitely some ridiculous puzzles in Silent Hill 3 on hard. Like, aside from the obvious Shakespeare being, like, one of the most notorious ones. That one also has a bird poem riddle, the one in the crematorium, that's pretty difficult. It's got the face on the number pad in Brookhaven puzzle, which is kind of ridiculous. Blad, Captain Blad, thank you so much for the 32 months. The 32 months more and more. OHN hug. Thank you so much, Blad. Hope you're doing well. Very much appreciated. Yeah, exactly. It's once you understand how the puzzles work, I mean, they're not super overly complicated, but trying to get onto the right train of logic when you're not looking them up, like figuring them out on your own and being like, oh, I'll just look at the number pad like it's a face. Like, you have to work through so many other things in your head before you jump to that. Like, I've never seen anybody immediately jump to that as their first assumption of how to solve that, you know? They're just like, oh, the number pad's a face. It's like, no. You work through, like, 6 or 7 wrong trains of logic trying to figure it out in other ways. Like, maybe it has to do with how many words are in each line in each poem, and you, like, try this and you try that, and then you look it up on the internet, and then you go, oh, it's a face. No, I have seen people solve it without looking it up, but it's definitely not the first conclusion they jump to. Hey, Funkadelic. Thank you for being here for another Team Silent Marathon. And everybody, thank you for joining. I hope everybody has been having a good Friday. A happy and lucky Friday the 13th. Man, now we got everything done in Midwich for the first half. We can finally go through this clock tower. And there goes those sirens going off in the background again. Being thrust back into the Otherworld.
Where am I?
Oh, that's rough, Crimson.
Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
The Mark of Samael. It's the seal of Metatron. And despite what Dahlia Gillespie tells you, it's not a bad thing. Because we were in this courtyard before, in the regular school, and there were enemies. Now we're here in the Otherworld, where things are even more messed up. However, there's no enemies here, in the presence of this seal. that'll be a recurring thing throughout most of the game, where what we're told by Dahlia is pretty much the opposite of what's going on. She says this is the mark of a demon, the mark of Samael, whereas Alessa is actually using this seal to try and fend off the nightmare, keep it from spreading. And there's a picture card that we pick up, and there's lots of little things like this. This is why I really like Silent Hill 3. Because Silent Hill 3 goes back over a lot of elements of Silent Hill 1 and gives them a little bit more story, a little bit more context. Because when you're running through this on Silent Hill 1, you know, it's a bunch of playing cards on a table. Harry looks at him. Cards are scattered. That's all we know. That's all he can say about it. That's all he knows about it. Silent Hill 3 gives it a little bit more meaning, where you find some playing cards in Alessa's room in Nowhere in Silent Hill 3. You examine them as Heather, and she says, "Oh, I used to play cards with little Claudia when we were younger. And Claudia would always cry when she lost." So now you've got the idea that when they were children, which meant Claudia may have also been around Midwich at the same time as Alessa, or at the very least, you know, around the same age, and they knew each other in childhood. And it gives these cards, you know, scattered on a school table, a little bit more significance than what we get in just this game alone. And of course, it's all stuff added on after the fact, but I still feel like it's an interesting way to flesh out a lot of those kind of minor story elements, little details, and just kind of make things a little more meaningful. So Heather equals Alessa equals Cheryl, right? Yeah, kind of. It starts with just Alessa. A ritual is to be performed on Alessa. She does not want that ritual to happen. Her heightened stress levels cause a boiler explosion, which severely burns her, giving her the opportunity to sever her soul. She can split her soul in order to keep the cult and her mother from using her to birth a god. So Alessa splits her soul into another being, a newborn baby, and leaves that baby on the side of the road. And that baby is Cheryl, who Harry Mason and his wife Jody adopt. And by adopt, I mean they just kind of pick up the baby off the side of the road and keep it. I don't know if they officially, legally adopt her. Would assume so, maybe at some point. Yeah, finders keepers babies. It's the law. So at that point, we have one soul that's been split into two bodies. Half of the soul here in Silent Hill with Alessa. Half of the soul in a newborn baby that is Cheryl. At the start of this game, as soon as Harry returns to the town, Cheryl, being part of Alessa, is once again basically in control of Alessa, being in range of Alessa and her psychic powers. So Alessa uses the other half of her soul as Cheryl to project herself around the town. So the projection of Alessa, the younger looking Alessa that we see, who's not all burned up, but is definitely not Cheryl, is Cheryl. It's what remains of that half of her soul. Like, Cheryl pretty much stops existing. And then, spoilers, but at the end of this game, their souls get reunited, and Alessa is reincarnated into another newborn baby. And this time, that newborn baby, Harry originally calls Cheryl, but she eventually starts going by Heather. And that's Silent Hill. I don't even have to play the rest of the game now. We'll just go straight to Ravenheart. Nah, we got a lot else to talk about. A lot of scenes to watch. And this hanging body. Why would somebody... Oh, hey. Blood on the wall. Leonard Rhine. The monster lurks. The monster lurks. What's that supposed to mean? So there's a lot of stuff to this. The monster lurks could be references to a lot of different things. It could literally be the monster lurking in the school, in the Otherworld, although we find a book more directly referencing that. What's interesting is there's a lot of notes in Silent Hill 1 that you can only read if you've already read something else referencing the next note, if that makes any sense. So there's a book written by Leonard Rhine titled The Monster Lurks, and we get some more information from that book, and we find it a little bit later in the school. But if we don't read this name and title here on the wall, Harry won't be interested in the book, and he won't read it. So it's one of the things you have to get used to in this game if you're trying to read all the notes and see everything. Is if you miss certain things, you won't be able to read other ones. And this is a cool little moment in the school here. So when you enter that bathroom on the left, it puts you somewhere else entirely. It puts you on the second floor. We teleported up from the first floor to the second floor, and we're trapped in this little hallway with these bathrooms. First time I wandered into there and was like not expecting it, playing this game for like the first time. This threw me off so much. I was like, how do I get out now? Why is this hallway closed? Like, hey, Vince, Vinkakilla, going live till 4 a.m. I mean, for somebody's time zone, you can type !72. There's a full schedule. You can see when everything is in your own local time zone. But yeah, some nice extra ammo and supplies and stuff there. But still, just one of those rooms that there's not anything explicitly scary that happens in it. It doesn't, like, give you a scary noise or a jump scare or anything like that. It's not full of monsters. But it's really disorienting. You go through a door and suddenly you're somewhere else entirely than where you thought you would be. So Alessa was trying to bring Cheryl back to herself. No. Not in the first place. Alessa did not want her soul reunited. The longer her soul was split, that means the longer the cult can't use her for their ritual, which is ultimately what Alessa wants. Dahlia Gillespie is the one who uses a spell. We see a cutscene later where Dahlia says it in her own words. I'll use a magical spell to draw the other half of the soul back to Silent Hill. So Dahlia uses a spell to draw Cheryl back to the town, which manifests in Cheryl basically asking Harry to come here on vacation because Harry is depressed that his wife Jody has died.
Daddy, help me. Daddy, where are you?
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice. I know it. Where is she? Cheryl. And see, we get these little elements, little bits of Cheryl through the phone and through some video screens and stuff later. That's more or less just Alessa trying to keep Harry going forward. She needs Harry's help. And the only way she can really keep Harry focused and going forward and helping her, finding what he needs to find, is for Alessa to kind of manipulate you using Cheryl's appearance and voice. God, so many mumblers. What's the rubber ball for? I forget. We'll be using it in just a little bit. We need to get a key out of a drain. And the rubber ball is going to help out a lot. Actually use some of these bullets. Oh man, I'm confused. Probably explains why I love Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4 stories. A lot more straightforward. In certain ways, I feel like 4 is not super straightforward. Like, understanding the main parts of 4 is pretty straightforward. Understanding, I think, the cult aspects related to Walter and his younger life, why his victims were chosen. I think those kind of elements are a lot harder to get out of Silent Hill 4, because those were things that I didn't know for a long time. It wasn't until much more thorough research on that game where I started learning more about like each of Walter's victims and who they were in relation to Walter, who they were in relation to the cult, and sort of all those other minor aspects. But the overall story, yeah, I think is more straightforward. You're right there. Jump scare. Give me that key. God, there's so many on hard mode. God damn it. Deep story is what makes me interested the most. Same. If a game is really good, but it's got a very shallow story as far as like putting it together and understanding it, I mean, it'll still be good. I'll probably still enjoy playing it, but this game having a more subtle, more multifaceted story, a lot of subplots, a lot of small details, a lot of other things kind of to it. It's what has made this so interesting to me to play so many times and read everything multiple times and try to piece it together more, because it's not explicitly told to you. It's not explicitly painted out for you. You've got to figure out so much of the plot on your own. Even after you've played the game multiple times, you've got to really think about it and figure things out. So I like games like that. I like games where I kind of got to think about them deeper than just what is at face value, you know, playing through the game once or twice. There's a hanging key. It's just out of reach. And a hole. Nothing special. There's a drainage valve. We open the valve. Nikki Duh, thank you so much for the host. Drains into the wrong hole. Maybe I could plug that up somehow. Well, somebody asked, what's up with the rubber ball? Well, that's why we have it. By the way, another point that I was making earlier. We got Seal of Metatron painted on the walls here. No enemies, just like the courtyard. Again, this evidence of Alessa placing this seal around to try to prevent the nightmare from manifesting. But we'll see later that her powers are getting weaker and weaker as time goes on. Wickedtron, thank you so much for the bits. Very much appreciate it. Environmental detail is still so surprising to see today. The fact this ran on PS1 hardware is mind-blowing to me. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like looking at this in hindsight, it's compared to everything today and what we know is capable, what modern games are capable of, it's like, it's nothing too impressive. But for the PlayStation 1 hardware, for $19.99, there was a lot of stuff in this game that's pretty damn insane. There's a lot of graphical detail. There's a lot of very small details. You can see some of it right now, like this rain effect. A lot of times rain would just be a static, like, two-dimensional effect that's just overlaid onto the screen in a lot of PS1 games. In this game, it's actually like 3D rendered. It takes up space, and it's dynamic based on the tile that it lands on. So you see the rain is hitting this grated fence floor. So it's hitting that, and then you can see it has a little drip effect where it sort of gathers on the grated fence and then drips off of it the same way rain would act. And it'll be a different rain effect depending on the tile it lands on. So when it lands on grated metal like this, it does this slow drip effect. When it lands on a more solid tile like concrete or flat metal, it'll just sort of pool up and splash. Whenever you see it land on dirt and sand, you'll see a little wet spot in the sand, and then it'll fade where it absorbs in. So that kind of attention to detail and like running all these different rain effects at the same time in the same environment, that kind of stuff is impressive for PlayStation 1. There wasn't hardly any games that put that much attention to detail in the visuals in their games. Like this and Metal Gear Solid 1 had some of the best. But very, very few things. To it. Wickedtron, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Just thought I'd tell you that your voice is very soothing and your mic audio is very high quality. Bach love. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the bits. It's just the voice that I have, but I'm glad everybody enjoys it. And I definitely do what I can to try to keep my overall audio quality good. All right, so I've got the key that was up on the roof and the key that was on the dead body in the jump scare locker. I can open up the second floor classroom and the second floor library reserve. Is all we need to progress. Just need to be able to get through here. So here is that book. Earlier, we read on the wall, Leonard Rhine, The Monster Lurks. So because we read that, Harry will now examine this book. What's this? The Monster Lurks is the book's title. Chapter 3, Manifestation of Delusions. So this first paragraph starts off mid-sentence. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why, adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So this has given us some information on Alessa, and relatively significant information too. So manifestation of delusions kind of explains in a nutshell what Silent Hill does. It's manifesting your delusions. If you believe in something, whether that's a religion or a cult belief, or that a spiritual item has some sort of power, or that a symbol has some sort of power, your delusions, your mind, your imagination, all of that can be manifested into reality. So that's a general idea of like what the spiritual power around Silent Hill does. And then we get a little bit more here. Negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. So this is more leading towards that idea that Alessa was burned through her stress being heightened because of the impregnation ritual. So the cult was performing the ritual. Alessa's stress levels were heightened. Her stress manifested into external energy with physical effects, causing the boiler in the Gillespie home where the ritual was taking place to explode. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. So it's the book, refers to it as nightmares. And from Alessa's standpoint, she pretty much is dealing with nightmares, like having this god sort of implanted into her. And she's left tortured by her nightmares for years while her soul is split, which is now what's spilling out into the reality around the town. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone, although it's not clear why. Adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So that line just to give you more of that emphasis that this is something that doesn't apply and affect everybody, but it's narrowing it down to Alessa. The original mysticism and spiritual power is all from the Native American burial grounds, no? Not necessarily Soylent Hill. All we know is that the spiritual power has been here long before there were settlers, long before there was a town. Before that, there were Native Americans, but the spiritual power wasn't created by them. It wasn't necessarily made by their burial grounds. It was already there for them too. So it's never really explained what the true origin of the power is. Radiation. I mean, it could be aliens. That's one of the concurrent joke themes, like joke endings, is that it's just aliens who are doing it all. Or a dog in a control room. Get some extra supplies. And this puzzle for getting through here is always the same. It's like a set solution. You turn the valve on the right to the left twice, and turn the valve on the left to the right once. And there's no clue, there's no hint, there's no note or anything to really like solve this one. You're kind of meant to just like mess with it and keep rotating until you find something that works. There's a few times throughout the series where they give you puzzles like that, where there's no direct clue to tell you the solution. You just kind of have to trial and error. And we get our first boss fight. Splithead. Splithead lizard. This is a bad spot to be. Just gotta shoot him in that soft, squishy mouth without getting eaten. That's the thing that makes this boss scary. It's the first boss and it has a one-shot kill.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? This is a boiler room? What's going on here? So we get some glimpses at Alessa as after defeating the split-head lizard and the Otherworld seemingly fade away. And now we have this church bell going. I hear a church bell, maybe. Who's ringing the bell? Which Silent Hill is this? This is Silent Hill. This is the one titled Silent Hill. Are there any fan remakes of any Silent Hill game? A fan remade the intro of this game, like literally just the nightmare intro. And I mean, it's pretty good for what it is, but no full remakes of any of the games. I guess technically some fans remade PT. K. Gordon. I like that we get the first initial of the Gordon teacher from the teacher's list, because this is like Alessa's teacher, as we find out later. Again, we find notes in Silent Hill 3, a letter from K. Gordon talking to another teacher about Alessa. But it's funny to me just because it's Sonic Youth. It's Kim Gordon. That's it. I'll note the address down on the map. And that's it for Midwich Elementary. Next, we got to go check out that church. See what's going on with that bell. And you can see it's marked on the map there where K. Gordon's home is. So the road Bradbury, reference to Ray Bradbury, will be all blocked. And we'll need to go through K. Gordon's house to get to the other side and get up to the Balkan Church. So I'm going to go and do that next. After a very short break, I just need to take a minute here, go grab a drink, stretch my legs for a moment, hit the restroom, and then we will continue on with some more Silent Hill 1. But I will be right back in just a couple minutes. All right. We are back. Sorry for the short break. Just needed a few minutes there. Getting kind of cold for me, too. Had to kick the heat on. Oh, God. Catching up on chat here. No way. Alex Shepard is gay? It used to be on the wiki. It's one of those things that's not anymore because slowly but surely people have been weeding out all of the crap misinformation that's been on the wiki. There's still a lot there, but it's not as bad as it used to be. I mean, come on, it's very obvious symbolism. You get the Pyramid Head ending where you have two buff, shirtless Pyramid Heads show up and turn Alex into an also buff, shirtless Pyramid Head, where he is then accepted among the other buff, shirtless Pyramid Heads. This is real information, quote unquote information, that was on the wiki at one point, listed under Silent Hill Homecoming trivia. I know, who doesn't want to be accepted among buff, shirtless Pyramid Heads? Nothing gay about hanging out with your buff, shirtless Pyramid Head friend bros. Oh. What was the old thing about Walter Sullivan that someone went crazy over? Involved circumcision. Yep. That's the most infamous of the Silent Hill wiki crazy misinformation. The old circumcision theory. The old dick twist. But yeah, basically there was one singular Silent Hill fan that was a big proponent of a theory that Walter Sullivan was circumcised and that was the main symbolism for the story of Silent Hill 4. And the only reason that one Silent Hill fan had any sort of clout for sharing that theory is because he was the most active Silent Hill wiki admin, whose name coincidentally was, or username was, Alex Shepard. So he had the power to change the wiki, and he changed the wiki often. He had lots of crazy stuff. He was a big proponent in conspiracy theory stuff and a lot of nonsense. And it took quite a while before the community managed to kind of vote him off of the wiki and fix all of that stuff he posted. But it was a thing. It was a thing for a while.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something? Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, The Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
Wait, don't go yet. I like how it's such a long pause after that. That long moment. It's not like she was right next to the door and just ignored him while immediately leaving, like later on the boat. She was like right here. And Harry's like, wait, hold on. And she like walks all the way to the door before you hear it open and shut. Bible? Bible. We got to make sure once we get to Silent Hill 3 in the marathon that somebody stares at its bread. I think that'll be Techie. As said, I keep mixing up the schedule in my head. Alright. Let's get this Flauros and this drawbridge key. Dahlia Gillespie helping us out just enough so that we'll kind of go along. We can't progress without her. And it's kind of set up that way in the game as a means to try to make the player sort of trust her more, I think. She's given you all this stuff that you need. She doesn't tell you exactly what the Flauros does or what it's for, or why she wants you to have it. That's a little more nefarious. It's her only means of breaking through Alessa's barrier and being able to influence her, force her to reunite her soul again. But Dahlia can't get close enough to use it. Harry might be able to, so she leaves it in his care and does everything that she can to make sure that he'll have his meeting with Alessa. She gives us the drawbridge key so that we can get to where we need to go next, which is the hospital. But also, Jesus Pixel Nipple. Darth Jamble, thank you so much for the 10 months. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back. Thank you for all the love and support. But yeah, there we go. There's a big old painting, big old portrait of Jesus. And there is his nipple, comprised of exactly 1 pixel. It is Jesus's pixel nipple. It is also the name of my alternative punk band. Next stop, drawbridge. I think you'll be able to get through Book of Memories this year. Probably Monopoint. It's gonna suck, and it's gonna take a long time, but I feel bad that I didn't finish it for the last marathon. But this time around, I'm gonna really stick by it, however bad it gets, and we'll do a full story playthrough of Book of Memories. 21 zones. Book of Memories, that PSP game, I dislike that game except for how it adapts to you. That is so many very different things. So you're thinking of Shattered Memories, which was originally a Wii game that got ported to the PSP and the PS2. Book of Memories was the game that came out after Downpour on the PlayStation Vita. It's a dungeon crawler where they just cram a bunch of Silent Hill monsters into small rectangles, and you press square at them until they die. Floor after floor after floor after floor. For 1,000 floors. Not quite 1,000, but it caps out at 500. That's going to be my other ongoing long-term project going into 2020 is I'm going to get to the last zone in Book of Memories. We're going to get to zone 500. I'm just going to pick a day of the week, and it's probably going to be Mondays. Probably going to do Book of Mondays. And every Monday, I'm going to do a long stream of Book of Memories. Just get through as many zones as I can. Until eventually, sometime next year, I'll get to zone number 500. Oh, gunshots. Love how you walk into the hospital and immediately you start hearing the gunshots going off. Yes, and Valtiel fucking hates gnomes. He hates those little fuckers. He needs you to go and get them back multiple times. Specifically tells you not to trust them. That game's fucking shit. We'll get to that in a couple days. That'll be at the tail end of the marathon. We'll get to see all of it. All of the story, anyway. We got a lot better games to go through before that, though.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
All right. Our introduction to the hospital's director, Michael Kaufman. And I still have to wonder, How did this air screamer get in here? We hear him shoot, so presumably he shot it, he killed it. This is also evidence that in this game, it's not like Silent Hill 2, where the town is making an individual nightmare for every individual person based on their own personal fears and traumas and things like that. No, everyone is experiencing the same nightmare. It's all Alessa's nightmare. Same creatures and everything. But when we saw the air screamer, it busted in through a window in the diner. Here, I mean, the doors are all intact, the windows intact. It's almost like Kaufman brought it in here himself. Rushmore 2. Rushmore, thank you so much for the 10 months. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back. Thanks, dude. Me and my girlfriend really love your walkthrough collection. Will you save and keep this marathon playthrough for a few months or just a couple weeks? Everything gets archived on my channel permanently. Unless Twitch has some sort of freak out with data and deletes a bunch of videos, which it has done before, but that was like years ago. Twitch has been a lot better with its video system and stuff now. But everything like this, all the story playthroughs, marathon playthroughs, Team Silent group playthroughs, anything like that on my channel will always be archived forever on this channel. And you can find a link to all my video archives down underneath the stream on my panels. You can get easy links to everything. But yeah, thank you so much, Rushmore. You don't have to worry if you don't catch the whole marathon. Although it should be noted, this is a multi-channel marathon, so like, make sure to look at the schedule. Everybody's playing on their own individual channels. Everyone on Team Silent will be on their own channels. So if you're looking for a specific game from this marathon after it's over, it'll be archived on everyone's individual channels. So Silent Hill 1 is going to be here. Book of Memories is going to be here. Yeah, 74. It's going to be more than 72 hours because there's no way I'm going to finish Book of Memories in like 7 hours at the end of the marathon. So it's a minimum 72 hours. It'll be longer than that. Like almost definitely. False advertising, yeah. It's 72 hours of some slightly more legitimate Silent Hill games. Some very legit ones, some not so much. And then also several hours of Book of Memories. We're making our way through Alchemilla Hospital. We found the director, Michael Kaufman, who let us know kind of the weird stuff going on. Very important line in his dialogue as well, for anybody who didn't catch it. He says it's snowing out this time of year. He mentions it as though it is a strange thing, but it is snow. It's odd that it's snowing, but it is just snow. For anybody who still happens to think that this is Ash because they've only ever watched the movie and YouTube top 10 things you didn't know about Silent Hill videos. It's just snow. There's no mine. And it's not on fire. Marty, thank you for the host. So here is Michael Kaufman's office. And everything is all fucked up. Books are knocked off the shelf. It looks like someone was looking for something, digging through everything in the office. And there's a glass vial, a glass vial shattered on the floor. It's not just broken, it looks smashed on purpose. So they found what it was that they were looking for in Kaufman's office and smashed it on the ground. So this is a little bit of interesting kind of storytelling through the environment that maybe not a lot of people pick up on. So we're going to be going for the good plus ending, and later on we're going to get some dialogue between Michael Kaufman and Dahlia Gillespie, sort of inferring what happened here, where Michael Kaufman has a substance, this red liquid, called a glophatus, that he's keeping on hand just in case this cult actually is able to summon a demon, and he needs to have a way to get rid of that demon. So he's got a glophatus as kind of a backup to save his own ass if everything starts going in the cult's favor. Because he's kind of working with them, but he's not a part of them. Dahlia Gillespie, knowing Michael Kaufman has this, rummages through Kaufman's office to find it and smash it, which is what we find here. The bottle that Dahlia, ahead of us, came here, found, and destroyed. So Michael, Dr. Kaufman, he left it here on purpose for Dahlia Gillespie to find it and break it so that she would think he didn't have any more. While in actuality, he's got a secondary bottle hidden somewhere else, which is part of the good plus ending. We're going to need to go find that bottle and save Kaufman a little later on. But we're also, for good plus, going to need some of this glophatus ourselves. So he picked up a plastic bottle in the hospital's kitchen, and that can be used to gather up some of this liquid. Now, what have we here? Good old glophatus. Tasty. Hey, what's up, old snake? The in-house generator powers elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. We want to turn the generator on so we can use the elevator. Kaufman dropped his Kool-Aid jammer. I hate when that happens. Does it ever say the name of glophatus here, or is this fictional substance name only introduced in Silent Hill 3? No, they say it in this game. Dahlia Gillespie says the words, "Glophatus. I thought I got rid of that." We're going to see it later. And it's not just a fictional substance made up for the game. It's actually got roots in realism and an actual substance throughout history and literature known as a demon repellent. All the floors are gone, or doors are locked. They don't allow you to go through. And now we get the number 4. Fun fact, this elevator, when it shows the number 4, does not hint towards the Japanese word death. Yep, I know that fun fact. I know that it was confirmed by Ito because I'm the one who asked him on Twitter. Turner D. I'm the one who actually brought this up to Ito on Twitter, and he responded and said that that wasn't part of the intended thing. So this is one of those things that's common misinformation that goes from fan to fan. I'm guilty of it too, because it makes sense. In a lot of games and a lot of Japanese media, 4 is shown to be an unlucky number. It's the same way that a lot of people in the West think of 13 as an unlucky number. 4 is looked at as an unlucky number in Japan because the way 4 is written out and the way that it's pronounced sounds like the same word for death, shi, or the same root word. So 4 is typically seen as like an unlucky thing. So it's an easy assumption to make that the elevator has the basement and only 3 floors, and then a 4th unlucky, floor symbolizing death would appear after the fact. But no, the team wasn't thinking about it that much. Ito confirmed it as much, that sometimes these things that kind of make sense in context aren't exactly what Team Silent have in mind. For them, they just wanted it to be eerie that a new floor that was not there previously showed up. It was just coincidental that it happened to be a 4th floor. That wasn't part of the intended symbolism. But it's a good reminder that there's a lot of detail and a lot of symbolism and things in these games, but not everything is always there for a reason, Some stuff is there accidentally, and it just happens to work in a symbolic way, or coincidentally. It's one of those things I try to keep in mind when I do any of these story playthroughs and stuff as well. Like, I try to talk about information that has been confirmed one way or another, rather than get too much into things that are theory and speculation without any real source or confirmation. Plate of turtle. So next, we've got to get through Alchemilla. We've got the crazy banging metal pipe music. And all this insane stuff happening again. Monster nurses and doctors. We're collecting Alice in Wonderland references. So first we have the mock turtle. We're going to need 4 of these plates to get through a puzzle, a locked door. Another jump scare sound in that room as well. We got a blood pack. 200 milliliter blood pack found in the hospital storage room. I'm going to equip that into my utility pouch. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Death Stranding. Where do you get the bottle to get red liquid? It's in the hospital kitchen, right next to the director's room. It's like 1 door over. Now we've got Plate of Cat, is the Cheshire Cat. See some of this stuff that you only get in the extra descriptions here in the menu. There really no HD retextured version of Silent Hill 1 anywhere. No, like it hasn't been remade or anything like that. You can technically play it through emulators and bump up the internal resolution and things like that and kind of make it look somewhat better, but it's still PS1 graphics, you know? can only smooth that out so far. All right, so we got that. We need a plate on the first floor and then up the stairs to the second floor. You can actually get some extra health drinks in this vending machine once you're in the Otherworld. These aren't here when you go past these vending machines the first time. But if you find yourself low on health in the hospital, like 3 of them in there. Konami lost the source code. It's not so much that they lost it. That's something that's been clarified by a lot of different people in the gaming industry in general. But it's pretty traditional for not just Konami, but lots of Japanese and lots of game companies all over. Once they're done with a game project and it's already released, especially back in that day where you're not gonna patch it, you're not gonna update it, like it's a physical disc, it's not connected to anything the way games are now, where they're all online and they get patched and changed and add DLC or whatever down the line. Once a game was out, it was out, you know, in 2001, in the 90s and early 2000s. So they didn't keep source code. They, most of the time, unless they'd already had a plan to do something else with it, a lot of companies just did not keep their game source code once a game was released. It wasn't that they had it in mind to lose it or anything like that. It was just, that was the procedure. That was the standard at the time. This lighter. Please don't. Thank you. And Beta Wolf 96, thank you so much for the resub. Very much appreciate that. Great content and glad somebody's spreading confirmed facts about Silent Hill. Hey, I do what I can, but I also make plenty of mistakes. I've been doing this for years, and I've corrected myself and been corrected and had more accurate information as I go forward and learn more about these games and stream them more. So I do what I can to try and share what I know about the games without spreading misinformation. Because, yeah, these are some of my favorite games. And admittedly, there is some pretty entertaining misinformation out there. I can definitely understand how a lot of it spreads and persists as long as it has. But there's also a lot of fun in just getting to understand some of my favorite games in a better way. That's what kind of led me to becoming a big fan of these games in the first place and researching them a lot. All right. So we got our puzzle door, and we got our corresponding poem to solve it. Clouds flowing over a hill, sky on a sunny day, tangerines that are bitter, lucky 4-leaf clover, violets in the garden, dandelions along a path, unavoidable sleeping time, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. That is quite an escalation. Somebody's very messed up to-do list. But it's not too hard of a puzzle. It's not as hard as the piano bird puzzle. There are 4 square indentations on the door, and we can see 4 empty slots and 4 colored squares that are already in place. So each of our colored plates here: Queen of Hearts red, the Mad Hatter green, the Mock Turtle blue, and the yellow Cheshire Cat. Again, our Alice in Wonderland references. And the ones already set in place are white, orange, purple, and black. So we can start matching up the colors. It's going around clockwise, starting with white at the top. And each of the colors corresponds to each line in the poem. So clouds flowing over a hill would be white. Sky on a sunny day would be blue. Tangerines that are bitter would be orange. Lucky 4-leaf clover would be green. Violets in the garden would be violet. Dandelions along a path would be yellow. Unavoidable sleeping time refers to night or black. Liquid flowing from a slashed wrist refers to blood or red. Yeah, Offworld. That is a 0 to 100 poem. Just wait until we get to some of Stanley Coleman's poetry later on in Silent Hill 3. You want to talk about some 0 to 100 poems? Basement storeroom key. Oh my god. Why are you back up? The disinfecting alcohol. Excuse me, ladies. So we've got the lighter, we've got the alcohol, we've got the basement storeroom key. To the basement, where all the fun things happen in horror games. Favorite poem in the Silent Hill games is the Hangman Puzzle, normal difficulty. Mainly because it rhymes so well. That's a good puzzle. I like that puzzle and that poem in general. I like the coin puzzle in the apartments as well on hard. Looks like a hallway under the grate. Can't move it since the vines have grown around it. I'm gonna soak them with alcohol. I just like checking these again, getting these extra bits of text. The vines absorbed the alcohol. They're gonna be drunk as fuck. And burn the vines. Now this is Resident Evil? Yeah, this is a very, like, Resident Evil type of puzzle setup. Find the lighter, find the alcohol, combine them to set fire to the vines so that you can go through a door or a secret grate.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
Oh my God, it's Tippy. Can we get a shout out for Smooth Operative? Tippy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciate it. Welcome. Tippy said, take your damn viewers back. No. Tippy, I hope you had a great stream, a great marathon. And Enigma gifting the sub. Tippy, enjoy the sub. Enigma, thank you so much for the support. But I hope you had a great stream, Tippy. I hope you got all them frogs. I'm sure you are ready to get you some rest. And take it easy. Hella frogs. That's what I like to hear. But yeah, definitely take it easy. Thank you again so much for the raid. And Enigma, thank you for covering that gift sub and that resub for 4 months. Very much appreciate that. Sorry, give me 1 second. I thought I heard my cat outside my door. Let me go check on him. Okay, sorry about that. It was not my cats. My cats are sleeping. It sounded like they were fighting, but I guess it's a different cat outside. There's a couple cats that wander around outside my apartments. We're just getting some spooky extra cat sound effects in the background while we play Silent Hill. It's appropriate. A bed? What's it doing here? Who would sleep in a bed? Tippy, thank you again so much for that raid. And welcome everybody. To anybody who's new here, I'm Nub, aka Nub Zombie. Currently doing a story playthrough of Silent Hill 1 as part of an overall 72-hour Silent Hill series marathon going all weekend long. Being joined by my friends and fellow teammates on Team Silent here on Twitch. So we're going to be tag teaming, going through all the games all weekend long. Going to be over 72 hours. You can see the full schedule there in chat. If you type !72 in chat, you can bring up that schedule, bring up that link. And again, I'm super lucky to be joined for this weekend in this marathon by everybody on Team Silent with me, and Eternal Enigma, Maxie Lobes, Ravenheart, and UFO Techie. Everyone's going to be putting in a lot of work this weekend to make this non-stop marathon happen. Thought she was much older? Yeah, so Alessa was burned initially. The impregnation ritual and all that happened when she first got burned at the age of 7. And then it's been 7 years since that happened. Well, she's currently 14. But the other half of her soul that split off to become Cheryl, happened 7 years ago, and Cheryl was 7. Nubs is on Team Accidental Burning. Yeah, because I don't count Origins as a canon game. Because it was made by people who had nothing to do with the creation of these games. And this game, the first one, has more information leaning towards accidental burning than fire being part of the ritual. You... Oh.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
So there we got Dahlia talking about the Mark of Samael, which I already explained earlier. Is actually the seal of Metatron. So again, Dahlia shows up, gives us some information, but she's kind of lying to get Harry to assume things differently and kind of play more to her favor. And she once again leaves important items for progression. I feel like it's to kind of try to make the player trust that she's helping you, even though she seems very suspect. But she gives you the antique shop key, tagged key with the shop name on it that Dahlia left at the hospital. Seems interesting that she would have this key. Unless she has something specific to do with that antique shop. You can see the name of it is Green Lion. Have a question? What happens if the seal was completed, or is that what Dahlia is wanting? No, she deliberately does not want it completed. It's not really a matter of completing it. There's not like an overall thing that's happening with it. Alessa's just placing the seal around to try to contain the nightmare. But yeah, Dahlia more so just wants Harry to get Dahlia more so just wants Harry to get close to Alessa with the Flauros. So that he can break through her psychic barrier and give Dahlia her chance to reunite Alessa's soul. Also hype. I love this fucking poster. We got some more Portishead posters here too. Not gonna check out Police Station? Yeah, you're right. I should. I'm just used to kind of only looking at certain things when I'm trying to keep to 6 hours. I know 6 hours sounds like a lot of time, but when I'm not on other people's time, other schedule, and I'm just taking my time and going over Silent Hill 1 on my own, I'll talk about this game for like 16 hours. Hello, Romper. Please stop eating me. Gently slap your face. So trying to keep myself to 6 hours, I tend to skip past a lot of things because there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to stop and read and talk about. We've got time. We can hang out in the police station for a bit. Coming up on the 3-hour mark. And there's a lot of running in less explaining stuff in the second half of the game, where it's just like, it's sewers. Run through a bunch of sewers. It's Otherworld town streets, you know, just kind of running through. Just realized you can faintly hear the glitch noise from the final boss in the radio when walking around the town. During certain parts. It's in certain parts of, like, the general radio sound. What weapon does the most damage in this game? Most damage on a single hit, I think, is the... I think it's the katana. But from an actual DPS standpoint, like damage per second, I think 10-star Hyper Blaster, possibly shotgun. Hey, what's up, Jewhorse? There's a memo on the desk. Coroner Seal's called. Officer Gucci's unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally. But medical records show Officer Gucci had no prior symptoms of heart disease. Gotta give some props to Christoph Gans and Roger Avery, who co-wrote the first Silent Hill movie, and included a character like Officer Gucci, who's mentioned only in this one memo in the entire first game. And they make like a whole character out of him for the movie. And then we got the chalkboard here, some more information. There's something on it. Product only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region. We'll talk about that sentence in a moment. Manufactured here. Dealer equals manufacturer. So this is the start of the information regarding the drug subplot. And we kind of get more of that speckled throughout the game. But essentially there's this drug ring going on. There's this drug called PTV that's made from a plant called White Claudia that the cultists in the area tend to use. And apparently they'll sell it to tourists, and that's how they try to induct new people into the cult. So you get this idea that there's this very strong psychoactive drug, this PTV, that's being distributed and manufactured around Silent Hill. And this is where Michael Kaufman comes into play. That's his relationship with the cult, is he's handling the production of the drug that they're using for their rituals and for indicting cult members and things like that. So then, for a long time, I misunderstood this chalkboard because English is dumb. So the product's only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. This line right here, the raw material is White Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region. For the longest time, I read this line as the word peculiar meaning weird, out of the ordinary. If something is peculiar, you know, it's usually something very strange. It's out of what's normal. So I read this as peculiar to the region, meaning it's strange that it's here. It's weird that this plant grows here. But when referring to plants and natural flora and things like that, peculiar to, in this context, means that it's only in this area. It's not weird. It's not out of the ordinary. It's unique to the region. So you only see it here. So it's only available in select areas around Silent Hill. It's manufactured here. It's dealt here. It's only here. Unique should have been used instead for clarity. Yeah, that's one of those things that could have just been a poor choice when it came to their translation, their localizer. And, I mean, it happens. It's something that could have been written out a bit more clearly, but hey, it gives me a free English lesson. So why not? Oh, right. One more thing. We gotta look at the no drug poster. There. I love this no drugs poster. Just the word drug with a red X on it. And Two-Face from Batman. Don't do drugs. You'll turn into Two-Face. Yeah, poor Harvey Dent. He took drug. This is why you don't do drug. So if I do drugs, I'll meet Batman. I'm pretty sure that's logically what that means. Where can I find said drug? It's peculiar to the region of Silent Hill. The nondescript New England somewhere region of Silent Hill. Boss air screamers! This little gang of air screamers is like extra tough. And in the trade demo for this game, so the trade demo for Silent Hill 1, despite being called a demo, was pretty much the full game. It was just like the early release copy that went out to like game magazines and journalists and stuff at the time. In the trade demo for this game, these little roving gangs of air screamers would potentially show up anywhere. If you just like lingered around an area for too long, you would get bullied by these air screamers that have like more and more HP. Definitely makes it a lot scarier spending your time walking around when you knew that eventually you're going to have to deal with these monsters. And the fact that they would just get super tough. Isn't there a group of air screamers that never die? It's not that they never die, but there's usually one or two of them in this like little roving gang that have way more health than the normal ones. Like the normal ones will die, even on hard mode, the normal ones will die in like 2 shotgun shots. And then there'll be like 1 or 2 of them that take like 9 shotgun shots. You know? They just have way more health. Should have kept this for hard mode. They kind of keep it here, but it's only in a few specific places. It would have been neat if they were still something that could show up wherever. Wanted to stop and show some Stephen King posters on the wall here for Carrie. The original movie Carrie with Sissy Spacek. The actual theatrical poster there. I see a pig. There's also a pig. And this is a spot in real life. Can't remember where. But I remember finding the reference image during one of my big note collaboration streams. But this was like a real sign and the pig face was like a 3D pig face, like a sculpture that was up above a door. Oh yeah. I think you're right, Tufui. It's it was a reference to 12 Monkeys. And this was like part of one of the sets. Are you getting behind the head view? So it's an extra option. After you beat the game, you can open up your options menu and press R1 to go to your extra options. And you change this view mode over to self view. And then whenever you go to hold L2, your camera adjust button, you get self view mode, which is this almost first person, like super close behind the head third person. Isn't there also the bar from Blue Velvet somewhere? I think that's Silent Hill 2 you're thinking of. There's a couple references to Blue Velvet in 2. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet. Push it. Push it.
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air. What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie? No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, off I go. Tired, crazy talking Harry and Sybil, the trained police officer. Totally fine letting him go first, because he said so. Yeah, I like the music on that scene, Psychosis. A lot of the music, just this whole game's soundtrack is really, really good, but there's a few particular tracks that go so well with the scene as far as like setting the mood, especially when you consider like how basic the character models are. You don't get a lot of expression from their faces. There's only very little short bits of, CG and like better detailed animation. As far as your in-game graphics, you don't convey a lot from the characters' faces. So the fact that the mood is really set by the tone of the voice acting and the music, they had to make sure it was like all on point.
What's this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
This explains a lot more why Dahlia has the key to Green Lion Antiques. Because behind Green Lion Antiques is a cult altar. Looks like an altar. Wonder what they worship. What kind of powder is left in the chalice? Yeah. There is no Silent Hill 5. They referred to Homecoming as Silent Hill 5 for like a week and a half. It's not even the 5th game. It's just Homecoming.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Where am I?
It isn't Silent Hill 0 though, except that
Lisa?
is literally what the game is called.
That I'm in the hospital?
in
You were having a bad dream.
in Japan.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Yeah, Origins is called Silent Hill 0.
If you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Even the English title
Oh, yeah,
is
that crazy
stylized
Gillespie
as
lady.
Zero Origins.
She's kind of famous.
The
around
O in
here.
Origins is a 0.
She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her.
So it's Silent Hill 0 Origins.
But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away...
Nub, thoughts on
people
Kojima
figured they'd
rebooting
been
Silent
seen by the
Hills?
gods.
Stop spending time on Reddit.
Evidently,
It's not a thing
things
that's
like that
happening.
used to happen around here
Those are
all
my
the
thoughts.
time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult.
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Kurt, thank you for the 23 months. I don't know what the fuck you were trying to say in your message with that, but
Was that another dream?
thank you for the resub. Welcome back, Kurt.
Did I pass out again?
I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake. But the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. So we gotta go back to Lisa. I put a message. It looks like there was a message. Hashtag NubZombie, Silent Hill cringe oranges. And like a link. That was like a broken link. But either way, it's all good. Thank you again so much for the support. Appreciate the resub, Kurt. Broken message or no. Alright, so there's an out of bounds skip that you can do here. But I'm not going to do that because then we miss out on some interesting scenes with Cheryl and Alessa here in the mall. Which is a different mall, by the way, than Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 takes place in Portland, in Maine. This is the Silent Hill Town Center. Different mall. This one has a Vestal Gigastore, as opposed to a Virgin Megastore. Wait, what? Silent Hill 3 takes place in Portland, Maine? It sure does. The whole beginning part of the game is in Portland until Douglas drives Heather to Silent Hill. The whole section with the mall and Heather's apartment All that is in Portland. Douglas says it himself on the car ride to Silent Hill. He asks Heather, I thought you grew up in Portland. And that's kind of where Heather's explaining more of her background, summarizing Silent Hill 1. But yeah, it's supposed to be that Portland Mall, Freeman. Yeah, there's no subway there.
Where are you?
Cheryl!
I like how we get those little glimpses of Alessa's face. It's just one of those exceptionally cool visuals that I really like in this game. I love all the monitors. I love all the flashing alchemical symbols, which serves more meaning later on once you get to like nowhere. These are the symbols that are on all of the locked doors in nowhere, with the alchemical symbols sort of marking each door. So the door of Haggith and so on and so forth. Like it so much you use it as a BRB screen? Yeah, I did at one point. I need to remake that screen actually. But yeah, I used to have this loop as one of my BRB screens. It's just such a cool visual. I'd like to see that. If you mean the old splash screen, if you look up some of my older story playthroughs, I was still using it for a while, up until like 2 years ago or something. And I mean, it was just that. It was just basically a cam hack facing the monitors without Harry's head in the way, and looping the video. So a jewelry store that will actually be a part of Nowhere later on. I love the ending Nowhere area, how it's just a big jumble, big collaboration of all the areas that you've already been through. You can see there's a big centipede eating that corpse, and an even bigger centipede here that we have to deal with. Easy one cycle. Easy one cycle hard mode. Don't forget the hunting rifle, easy gun to forget to pick up. Silent Hill 1 definitely had the most straight out of Resident Evil monsters. See, I like their regular monsters. I like the rompers and the air screamers and the mumblers. The bosses feel like Resident Evil, where it's like, it's a bug, but larger, you know? It's a big centipede. It's a big moth. of air screamers. I like to kill this one so I can talk about the rain. Because I already talked about the rain earlier, how it's a dynamic effect. But here you get to see it kind of in action with a lot of different ground tiles, where the rain is landing on the dirt and making those little wet spots that fade away. Right next to it, the same rain effect is hitting the street and splashing on the asphalt. And then right next to all that is more metal grates where the rain is falling and hitting this and then slowly dripping off the bottom. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal to most people, but PlayStation 1, like 1999, is an insane level of detail for a PS1 game of this era. Yeah, it's running on the new Xbox. My turn to use the sex box. Sure, let's kill these things and look at the movie theater. It's gonna be some work. But we gotta show off our celebrity cameos. Everyone's all like, oh, Death Stranding, it's so cool with all of its celebrity cameos. And I'm like, have you not seen Bruce Willis in Silent Hill 1? Have you not seen Harrison Ford in one of the most iconic horror games ever made? Because if you have not seen them, then I will show you. A little bit hard to show without cam hack. But look at the very top middle of the screen to see that movie poster for what's showing in the theater. It's a film by the name of Shoot. And if you look at the cover of it, it's literally the cover of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's Indiana Jones. It is Harrison Ford's face. So Shoot, starring Harrison Ford. And if Shoot doesn't sound like your kind of movie, there's always one of the best Christmas movies. This one you can't see the full title without a cam hack, but you can still see the actor. So again, in the very top middle, one of my favorite Christmas movies, Crusher Dan, starring Bruce Willis. Yeah, Bruce Willis with his MS Paint toupee. It's the cover of Die Hard 2. Except they MS painted a little bit of hair onto Bruce Willis's head. So there you go. Celebrity cameos in Silent Hill 1. Bruce Willis and Harrison Ford. Also just cats. We gotta stop and talk about how sad this is. I mean, it's great. It's a store for just cats. But also 2 seals of Metatron. Seals of Metatron are being used by Alessa to try to keep the nightmare from spreading. And there's still enemies in this area. It's starting to... Her powers are starting to get weaker and weaker. So, enemies are now present around seals that she's already placed. So she has 2 of them in place, trying to protect the cats. Because Alessa likes cats. She's scared of dogs. She's not a big fan of dogs. But she likes bugs, and she likes cats. She's probably fine with small dogs. I don't think she likes dogs at all. She's been having nightmares of inside-out meat burned jerky dogs for like 7 years that are now spilling out into reality. I don't think she likes them. Even small ones.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go!
Don't go. It's a sewer
I don't
level.
want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared. I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
RE2 Remake had a great sewer level, even if confusing. I mean, there's definitely some games that have better sewer levels than others. It's just such a common trope at this point with video games. Even back at this time, back in '99 when this game came out, sewer levels were already like a played out thing. So I'm just never a fan of sewer levels in games in general, even if they're more or less like well done. All right, that centipede crawled off when we fought it. And now it has evolved. Just like a Pokemon. It evolved from Twin Feeler into Float Stinger. very apt name because it's floating and stinging me in my face. Purple blood, yeah. Because he's a big bug thing. He doesn't have normal red blood. You can see even when Harry gets hit, he has like bright reddish blood. And most of the monsters have like darker, almost black, like dark red blood. And that's it for Float Stinger. Strafe and shoot. The main thing with that boss to keep in mind as far as any kind of strategy goes, it has iframes while it's taking damage. So if you just stand in one spot and like spam the shotgun like this, you'll waste your shots because you won't be getting as much damage out of them. Instead, you shoot it and you wait for the blood spray, blood spray to come off of it. And once that blood effect goes away, you can shoot it again and it'll take its normal damage instead of being immune to part of it. So if you're ever trying to save a bit of ammo and kill that boss a little more efficiently, you just make sure to space out your shots. And doing that little sidestep shoot thing is a good way to avoid most of the attacks. Space out your shots so that you're not wasting too much ammo. Overall good strat. Silent Hill 1 does have a lot of variety with its blood color, where it's more based on what is taking damage. But yeah, in the later sequels, everything is like one solid color for the most part, and you can just change it to usually a menu option where you can just go in and make the blood always purple or always green. I'm a noob. What does iframes mean? Invincibility frames. So that means immediately after you shoot the float stinger, the frames where its blood effect is out, like each frame of animation that you see that blood splatter on them, it can't take damage, or it doesn't take as much damage. So that's basically what iframes are. Invincibility frames. They're frames of animation where you or another thing cannot be damaged. It's locked. The lock is worn out. I may be able to break it if I hit it hard. We're gonna hit it hard. We're gonna hit it with the knife. And Harry's gonna shake that ass. I used to play music for this sometimes. I've been avoiding that lately because I try not to get all my VODs muted for all the people who want to watch the archives. That is the Mason twerk. Harry will pass it down to his daughter Heather. And sewer level. Let's just run through this, get it over with. There's not even like notes to find and read. God. Oh, God. Fucking reptiles. As a kid, I always referred to these things as reptiles. Their official names are scratchers. So they don't have a great name anyway. But they remind me of the really bad CG reptile in the first Mortal Kombat movie. For anybody who's familiar with the first Mortal Kombat movie, reptile's in it. But it's not like... He turns into a ninja at one point. But before he turns into a ninja, he's like a really bad CG lizard. And the scratchers in the sewers look so much like that really bad CG lizard version of reptile. So as a kid, I always saw them, referred to them as reptiles. Sewer key. No joke, I do like sewer levels. As said, there's certain games and certain times it's not like something is automatically bad or unenjoyable because it's a sewer setting. My problem with sewer levels is like, so Silent Hill 1 does it relatively okay. There's good audio, it's creepy, it's ambient, everything's all echoey because of the sewers, and it's fine. My problem is that everything looks like this. Everything looks like these same walls and these same floors with the same doo-doo water and these same like rusty fences. When you're running around the town, when you're running around the school, when you're in these other more unique locations, stuff looks different. So you can use it as reference for memorizing where you're at in a place based on how it looks. It's just more visually pleasing, seeing more variety in the environment. Whereas sewer levels are a way to do an extended section of a video game and repeat your assets a whole lot. You can repeat the same wall textures a whole lot. You can repeat the same everything a whole lot. Because it's a sewer. And that's my whole issue with sewer levels. That's why I make such a thing about complaining about sewer levels in video games. Some games do them in better ways, make them more interesting. This game, not so much. I said I can appreciate certain aspects of it. The audio, the introduction of new monsters, all that kind of stuff. But visually, outside of some like good camera angles for some parts of it, it's just more sewers. It's just more and more sewers. It's more of these walls and more of these fences. Silent Hill 3's subway levels, the equivalent of a sewer level, very long, tedious, and confusing. Yes, to a lesser degree. I would say like there's still more interesting things in Silent Hill 3, especially with Silent Hill 3. What makes a big difference with that game and those kind of more boring, more repetitive areas like the subway and the underpass. Heather comments on so much of that stuff. Like, you can go and look at the little shelves and look at the little piles of trash on the floor and the gross walls and the pipes and the machinery. And even if it's just a quick little line, Heather will say something about it. So at the very least, you're going through and looking at stuff. You know, you could walk up to this and get a little bit of text. Heather's like, oh, this pipe looks gross and rusted, or, you know, it's something at least. It's some little bit of characterization, some little bit of flash text, throwaway text. You don't have any of that in Silent Hill 1. You're not looking at anything. There's nothing to really examine. There's no notes to find and read. Just some extra stuff like that. Just some like notes or something to find, and would make this feel a lot more worth it. But nope, it just feels like padding. We got to connect the main sections of the town, and they don't want you just running through the town the whole time. So why not have Harry run around under the town in the sewers? Yay. There's a sewer exit key in the water. Give it. Scratcher's attack. Who would have thought? Even the little scares and stuff that they set up are not as good as some of the ones they do earlier in the game. And hey, Archangel. What was supposed to be an hour nap turned to be an 8-hour one? I feel you on that. That seems to be my typical sleep schedule lately, is when I need to sleep, I lay down and I try to sleep, and I have a rough time sleeping. And when I don't really need to sleep, but I feel like taking a short nap, I sleep for like a whole fucking day. Block the door. Ooh, I was hoping I'd be able to mash my way through there before getting hit. Oh well, not too bad. Look at these losers. Here's my impression of Metal Gear Survive. It's pretty good, right? Smacking monsters through a fence with a stick. That's a fun game. I do kind of like how this building you get out of the sewers next to is just like the ruined foundation of a building. Like, we see all the streets and everything broken away, and there's a lot of buildings that are closed off, but none that are just like fucking destroyed like this. We don't even really get an idea of what that's supposed to be on the map. Like what this building even is. All right. So I think I'm just going to go for a good plus ending. It shows the most stuff. Get off of me, Romper. Oh, God. The air screamer. Did you see the air screamer? It wasn't flying. it was walking on top of the building and dropped down. I don't think I've ever really seen one of them do that.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
Kaufman, were you trying to fuck that
But I'm
monster?
beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now.
Can't wait for that military rescue
If they
squad to
come
show
through
up
the
in Silent
town,
Hill.
we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
Like the most direct and suspicious no. No. Like, say what you want about the voice acting. It's definitely bad in certain parts, but I feel like it conveys what it has to. You got one word, you need it to deliver it so that it sounds sketchy as fuck. You heard of Alessa? No. Were you trying to fuck that monster? No. No. I don't know, Kaufman. Everywhere I go and you show up, there's a monster just like in a place with no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no smashed doors. Not making a whole lot of sense, Kaufman. Kaufman must have dropped this. Looks like it's full of stuff. Got a Kaufman key and a receipt. So the Kaufman key, a 3 is written on the tag. The key was thought to have been dropped by Kaufman. So it's for the hotel, room number 3. And a receipt for the Indian Runner. 0473 is written on it. We're going to go over to the Indian Runner and check out that store, see what we can find there. Although I do need to take another short break before we get into that. So I am going to take just a couple of minutes. Need to stretch my legs out, refresh my drink, take a moment, hit the restroom, and I will be right back. And we will pretty much just be finishing up after this break in the next couple hours. Finish up Silent Hill 1. So back in a bit. At Archangel. Archangel with the 10 gift subs. While we took the short break. That scared you? Imagine getting scared during a horror game marathon. Angry Mitts. I mean, just imagine, really. Archangel of Chaos, you are too kind. You are entirely too generous. Thank you for gifting 10 subs out to the community. Stupid and Breeding, Hussein 19, Griffin, Minstrel Pangolin, David, Empress, B. Crumble, Beard of Truth, Sun Brolo, and Worm Oracle. Enjoy the subs and resubs, courtesy of Archangel of Chaos. Seriously, that is super, super kind of you. Very generous. Thank you so much, Arch. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm like catching up on chat. What's up, Nexus? What time is it for you guys? For me, it is 12:55 a.m. It's about to be 1 in the morning. Someone playing PT in this marathon? I'm probably going to play it as a bonus game after Book of Memories. More than probably. Most likely. But yeah, Archangel, super, super kind of you. Thank you again so much for all the support. Let's get back to Silent Hill. Need a detox after Book of Memories nonsense? Yeah. Even though it's going to be like hours and hours of Book of Memories, even PT for like 20 or 30 minutes after that, it'll be the freshest breath of air I've ever had. All right. So we found director of Alchemilla Hospital, Michael Kaufman. We found him inside Annie's bar, and he appeared to be having sexual relations with a clawfinger. I'm not here to judge. I'm just trying to find my daughter. But he left his wallet behind. He had a hotel room key and a monster's phone number. Possibly a lock combination. We're going to go check out the Indian Runner. Don't do it, you fucking romper. Don't you do it. You can't see me, my light's off. God damn it. Oh, Jesus. Please stop. This is not a good spot to be in. Who's still moving? You stop that. Those enemies are doing what Kaufman did to the claw thing. I mean, you're not wrong. Those rompers, they're not nice. They're not being nice. Or maybe they're being too nice. Either way, I love the animation. I'll have to try to get intentionally hit by one a little later just to show it. But I love the animation when they pounce you from facing forward, Harry does like the most gentle little slap across their face to make them stop. And they do. They stop and they let him get up. But he does just this tiny little slap across the face, like a little playful slap. Anyway, we'll look at that animation in a little bit. It's even got a little tiny, quiet smack sound effect. It's funny. We got 0473. Our combination to get in here. This is the Indian Runner, which is like a shipping store. You can see they've got a bunch of boxes everywhere. Good old FedEx. I know anytime I need something sent to a spooky reality, I usually use FedEx Expresso. So this is actually kind of an extra, I guess maybe optional area. This is going to move forward some of the drug subplot. So we know about PTV, this drug that's being manufactured. It's made from white Claudia flowers that grow only in the Silent Hill area. And the cult uses them for rituals and for inducting people into the cult. So Kaufman, the Alchemilla's director, has been the one manufacturing and supplying these drugs for the cult. So now we get some diary and journal entries from this person who ran the Indian Runner and was most likely being used through Kaufman or by Kaufman to transfer these drugs from place to place, to box them up, to ship them and move them. And then most likely was moving them through that secret underground series of tunnels and rooms that goes underneath Alchemilla, which is also where Alessa was kept. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. September 12th. So he came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. So Dahlia would come by, drop things off for Kaufman. Kaufman would come by, pick things up. She might have been turning over the raw white Claudia material. Then Kaufman might have been taking it and using the hospital equipment to synthesize it into PTV and then distribute it. September 12th. He showed up at Norman's too. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out even more than before. So Norman's is the hotel that we're going to next, which we've got Kaufman's key. Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. So the reason he's afraid is because there's some other newspaper articles that explain other people who started getting too involved in this drug trade going on between the cult and Kaufman start dying or going missing. So we saw the note about Officer Gucci back in the police station. You find a note from a newspaper about the town's anti-drug mayor suddenly dying. I think has a heart attack, I think it says in the note. So basically these people who were interfering too much with Kaufman and the cult and their whole drug business gives a guy a reason to worry, knowing that they're using his store to transfer things. So he wants to leave town. He just wants to get out of it, but he's scared to let on what he knows. We got a delivery list of things to be shipped over to the hotel. 3 loaves of bread, 3 cartons of milk, 2 dozen eggs. Delivered to back door daily, 8 a.m. Rear entrance code 0886. Signed by Norman Young. And next to that, we have Norman. Norman's grand opening. So it's Norman's Motel. Name's Norman Young, but it's a reference to Norman Bates. And the Psycho, I was going to say Psycho movie series of movies. And TV show spin-offs and lots of other stuff now. Yeah, reference to the Bates Motel. But now we've got the code. We can actually go in here. A lot of interesting stuff to look at in here. Lot of interesting stuff. Very interesting pixels. Posters on the wall. Don't look at that now, though. We got other things to look at. We got more important things to look at, like this magnet. It's a magnet on a string. Long, thin magnetic rod with a string attached in the motel office. There is a newspaper. So I mentioned earlier, there's certain notes and things that Harry will read if you've already read something else to sort of set it up. So there was an article from a newspaper that I could have picked up in the hospital that would have allowed me to read this newspaper that tells you what I just told you about the anti-drug mayor suddenly dying of a heart attack. But just to give an example of some of the progressive like text information in this game, where if you miss earlier things, later things won't show up. September 10th. Took package, told to sit on it a while. Don't want to get involved, but can't disobey. He's probably linked to the death of the mayor and others. So that's somebody else who's sort of involved with this whole drug trade with Kaufman and the cult. And they're kind of too scared to do anything about it. And they're also suspecting him of being involved with the mayor and the other people. Making those connections that Kaufman may have had something to do with the death of the mayor and Officer Gucci. Guest register, nothing special written there now. We got Kaufman's room. Kaufman. That's how he says his own name. He also does not have a toilet in his hotel room. I guess you're just supposed to use the corner. Nobody inside. Possibly another very slight reference to Psycho. If nothing else, I like how this kind of infers the mental state of Harry, where he's just assuming there would be somebody or something hiding behind the shower curtain. All right, let's push the shelf out of the way. You can see there's like a poster halfway obscured to kind of give you an idea that there's something behind the shelf. In the trade demo version of this, there used to be a blood streak that would go down behind the dresser drawers to give you an idea that you can push this. And I guess they thought that was too obvious, so they left just the poster. Silent Hunter, thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. There's a crack. Something glints inside. Crack is too small to reach in. A little key. Luckily, we've got this long, thin magnetic rod with string attached. Very specifically for getting this. This is all stuff that Kaufman set up to try to hide all this stuff. So he must be hiding something very important. Get these things. All right. Oh, I never opened the safe. Let's go do that now, because that might have been why I didn't read the newspaper. I think I still needed to read another article. But just for the sake of being thorough, I want to try this before using that motorcycle key. Hey, Trina. Hello. And hey, Jet. Oh, here's the slap. Perfect. I wanted to show that animation anyway. How could she slap? He just does that weak little slap across his face, and the romper just, yeah, he's stunned by it. He just lets him get up and walk away. Drugs. So I forgot to open this and show it. Yeah, missing the newspaper in the hospital is going to keep me from reading this newspaper still, I think. But I wanted to show you can open the safe. You don't take anything from it. It's just letting you know there are drugs in there. So it's tying that whole drug subplot together. All these people. Oh, slap him, Harry. Drugs? I don't think I'll try him. Just leave it there. He's a horror game protagonist, okay? He knows exactly what things he's going to need to pick up for later and which ones he won't. He's not going to be able to use that bag of drugs anywhere. But, you know, pink rubber ball, that's the kind of stuff you pick up, you hang on to. You might need it. Plastic bottle full of mysterious goo. All the important stuff. Speaking of mysterious goo, a small glass vial wrapped in a plastic bag. So I explained this when we found the smashed one in Alchemilla, but basically, Michael Kaufman had enough aglaophatus to have 2 bottles of it. One that he kept in his office, intentionally left there for Dahlia to discover and destroy so that she would think she got rid of it and Michael Kaufman didn't have any more. And Kaufman had this secondary bottle of it hidden away with all this stuff, this key in a hole that you need a magnet on a string and all this stuff sort of hidden away in his hotel room to get into this motorcycle in a separate garage to find his actual aglaophatus store. What's this? It's like the busted vial I found in the director's office at the hospital. So if you didn't pick that up, Harry won't say that line.
Give me that.
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
That guy's gotta be involved in the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed, and in such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. I guess I wasted my time. It was probably dope. It was full of dope. So yeah. Kaufman grabs his bottle of aglaophatus. He's been saved from the monster, so that's one of the things that sets up for the good and good plus ending. So we've rescued Kaufman, and we made sure that he's got aglaophatus. And basically, the difference of good and good plus ending is just if you also choose to save Sybil. And I mean, I, like a lot of people, when I was first playing this game, I didn't even know that saving Sybil was a thing. They don't make it explicitly clear. You kind of have to play the game and figure out what aglaophatus does.
What's this? Oh. Oh.
Not again. No, this time it feels different. Rather than shifting from reality to a nightmare. This is more like reality becoming a nightmare. I don't like this feeling, like something bad will happen. No doubt, something terrible is going on. Pretty terrible. Otherworld is going fucking crazy. So we aren't going to save Sybil? Oh, we're definitely saving Sybil. I am going to show every ending, though. We'll do good plus on this actual playthrough. But then after I finish the game, we'll reload some saves and show off every other ending. So we're going to see every ending. And yes, I'm definitely going to show off the Aglophatus glitch. It's such a great, amazing glitch. I gotta show it every time. I'll make a save so I can reload and show the
Sybil.
cutscene normally.
Harry,
How did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy, and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the Otherworld. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
You will need to use it.
Use what?
The flowers. Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
Why does everybody keep leaving when I look away from them? Did the audio get louder, or is Dahlia just really whispery? She's just very whispery on a lot of line deliveries. And speaking of line deliveries, yeah. Talking about the voice acting in chat. Turner D. I know people complain about bad voice acting in Silent Hill 1, but this part's good. A lot of parts are good. It definitely has its bad moments, but all things considered, like, the voice acting for this, I think, is really good overall. And it's interesting how a lot of that stuff works out. I was talking earlier about how there's a lot of things that kind of work out in this game's benefit, even though it wasn't intentional. And some of the line deliveries, are definitely not supposed to sound so awkward. Some of them are supposed to sound a little more natural, and were probably more natural sounding when they were recorded. But because of the way they were handling the audio tracks for the dialogue in the game, they had to cut and edit all these little snippets of audio, and the actors knew English. The guy who was directing the actors, Harry Inaba, knew English, but the guys on the team who were editing those cut and trimmed pieces of audio to basically put together all the dialogue did not speak English. So it makes a lot of the interactions and conversations between people have some really strange pauses, and the timing and stuff is very strange. But it kind of works out in the game's favor. It gives everything that sort of weird, almost uncanny, kind of dreamlike effect when certain people are talking and conversing. I feel like you see that a lot between Harry and Lisa. You get that same kind of strangeness in a lot of Dahlia's lines. Video game voice acting was still a somewhat new thing when this game came out as well. Yeah, in 1999, it still wasn't... It was definitely happening more and more and becoming more and more common by that point. But it was still relatively new.
Wait! Damn, I was too late.
Look at that. I love the visuals, the dreamy blur effect. And this lighthouse and everything just turns into a void with this big seal of Metatron right up top. Alessa trying to guide us as much as she can. And one of the last few places where there's a seal of Metatron and no monsters. That's my face.
Sybil hasn't come back. That creep's sure to show up at the amusement park pretty soon. Let me be on time.
Was PlayStation 1 the first console with voice acting? No. What you consider the first, though, is going to depend on what you count as voice acting. Technically, there were stuff like Commodore 64 and ColecoVision. You had add-ons. You could add on a little speaker that would say voice lines. It'd say the title of certain games and say certain things when you're playing certain games. It's super compressed, but it is a person's voice. or a synthesized voice. If you mean like more proper character voice acting, it didn't really start happening until a bit later. Some early PC games. Trying to think, probably Sega CD. Come on. But there was definitely like digitized voice clips and stuff, quote unquote voice acting in some much earlier consoles. Well, the entrance to the sewer had already been removed. Could Sybil have gotten to the amusement park from here? Sybil's been attacked and possessed by a demon slug thing. Basically a brain slug, yeah. Which means it's time for sewer level part 2. Seal of Metatron, no enemies in here. But there is as soon as we step away from it. We're sort of following Sybil's path through the sewers. Trying to make our way to the other side of town to Lakeside Amusement Park. The very same Lakeside Amusement Park that we'll see in Silent Hill 3 later on in the marathon. Claw fingers! See if we get the extra claw finger here. Oh, we did! Bonus claw finger. He's so rare. The shiny claw finger. I love the visual as you approach the ladder there with all these like discarded carousel horses down in the sewer. Foreshadowing as well to our own trip to the carousel. But before I go straight into that, I want to make a save because I would like to show a very fun glitch. But also show the non-glitched version of a scene. So there we go. Squeaky baby's gone. No. That's fine. We'll show the normal scene first. Get a little bit of a look around the amusement park. And it looks very different for a lot of it in Silent Hill 3, but it is the same amusement park. There's a few key things that are still around. So later when we get to Silent Hill 3, this is the Magic Ice Cream Store. You can see it just says the word magic across the top. Like that's the name of it. The Magic Ice Cream Store. And when you find this location in the amusement park in Silent Hill 3, you find a notepad on it that looks very much like this red and blue notepad right here where you save your game as Harry. And remember, the first time you examine a save point, Harry says, maybe somebody someday will want to read about these bizarre experiences. He's just writing down what's happening to him and writing down his thoughts and his experiences whenever you save your game at a save point. But you never read in this game what Harry's writing down. Silent Hill 3, you revisit this area and you're reading what Harry wrote down at this point in time 17 years later as Heather. That's like one of my favorite tie-ins, like one of my favorite things to do as a sequel. Making these return visits to some of the key areas and tying back into the save point, tying back into Harry Mason writing down things at certain points in this game in order to give exposition to the player and Heather at different points in Silent Hill 3. It's a really clever way of doing that story connection, showing that the games are very closely related. Obviously, 3 is a direct sequel, but it emphasizes, kind of the parallels between them as well. So here we have the carousel, which is also in the amusement park in Silent Hill 3. It's known as the, I think, Happy Carousel? I remember Heather calls it the not so happy carousel, I think. So Sybil's gonna try to kill us. But I'm not gonna give her the fucking chance. What I am gonna do is get a look at some extra animations here of Sybil riding on the merry-go-round. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize my health was low enough for her to kill me there. But at least we got to see her riding on the merry-go-round. But this time, she's gonna fucking backhand the shit out of me. But I'm gonna splash some Kool-Aid on her first.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh! Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter?
Okay. So we'll come back to this. That's how that scene normally looks. Now we're going to do something a little different. Instead of going all the way to the merry-go-round, I'm going to look at this nice little squeaky baby here. And I'm going to splash my Kool-Aid on this baby. Come on, baby, take the Kool-Aid. There you go. And this happens.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
There might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn. What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa, this is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything's ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
Harry.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
Lisa. Damn, what's that? That sound. From down there. It's coming from the basement. Yeah, that scene with Lisa, the eye twitch. There's so much that happens in that series of cutscenes. There's just so much going on. From saving Sybil, and she's apparently okay. Harry explaining a little bit more history about Cheryl, how they adopted her after just finding her on the side of the road. The confrontation between
being summoned.
Dahlia and Alessa.
What happened in this town? What could be
Harry
making
unintentionally
things like
using the
this?
Flauros
I have a feeling if I take the elevator down,
to
I'll
basically
find
make Alessa vulnerable and give Dahlia her chance to intervene.
Cheryl.
And when she does intervene, Alessa's powers are at her weakest. She's been doing what she could to fight off the nightmare this whole time. And now her soul's about to be reunited. The cult's plans are about to come to fruition, and reality is just like folding in on itself. So we're now suddenly in nowhere. Just a mass jumble of Alessa's thoughts and memories. Okay, so I have a question. Which is the true ending of this game? So there's a lot of different ways to interpret it. It's either good or good plus. Technically, it could be either one. There's not enough evidence to really define it as one or the other. Personally, I'm a bigger fan of leaning towards the regular good, not good plus ending. Sybil doesn't show up in 3. She's not really mentioned in any of the other games. So whether she lives or dies or escapes or anything like that is not really left to determination. But the way I sort of follow it logically is Harry Mason could find the Aglophitous, not know enough about what it is to where he still saves Kaufman, because you save Kaufman just by finding Kaufman. And then get to Sybil when she's possessed, defend himself and kill her because he doesn't know what Aglophitous does. At the end of the game, he would encounter Kaufman. Kaufman would use Aglophitous to force the devil or the demon out of Alessa. So Harry would see firsthand how it works, what it does. You'd kill the demon. Alessa would reincarnate. So you wind up with the new Cheryl, who will eventually be Heather in Silent Hill 3. So it lines up with that continuation. Harry would leave the town and still be in possession of the Aglophitous that he did not throw on Sybil. So Sybil would die, but in exchange, Harry would have Aglophitous, so he'd be able to make Heather's necklace. He would know what it did because of his interaction with Kaufman and the demon at the end. So for me, good ending makes the most sense, logically. It lets Alessa reincarnate so that it can lead up into Silent Hill 3. It lets Harry know what a Glophatus is and lets him leave the town with some. So, makes the most sense to me. But technically, good plus could also work. All the same stuff could more or less fall into place. And Sybil is just not around, you know? She doesn't necessarily have to be dead. Maybe she retired after all this. She was like, fuck this. I don't want to be a cop. I don't want to go anywhere near that town again. She retires and leaves. She doesn't necessarily have to die or be involved in Silent Hill anymore after this. When did you first play a Silent Hill game? What made you hooked back then? I was already a big fan of horror games. This game came out in 1999. We already had Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2. I had already played stuff like Alone in the Dark and Clock Tower. So there was survival horror was a thing already, you know, and I was a big fan of it as a kid. 1999, when this game came out, I mean, I was 11. This was one of the first horror games, like, as an 11-year-old, I beat Resident Evil no problem. I beat Resident Evil 2 no problem. Well, not no problem. They were scary games, but I finished them, you know? Alone in the Dark and stuff like that, same thing. This was the first horror game that I played as like a little 11-year-old, where my first time playing it was with a friend in the middle of the afternoon, middle of the day, you know, least scary situation possible. We could not get past the courtyard in Midwich. It probably took us like 5 hours figuring out the beginning of the game, finding the keys, getting through the doghouse, getting to Midwich, and then you step out into that courtyard. The child enemies from the nightmare are back. The sound is going crazy. The radio's going crazy. It's all dark and going Otherworld again. And literally just the sound of it and the visuals of it bothered me and my friends so much, we turned the game off. We just didn't want to play it anymore. It was too much for us. I didn't wind up going back and replaying Silent Hill 1 and finishing it until a couple years later after Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 came out. I played that one and, you know, finished that one, liked that one a lot. And then I was like, Silent Hill 1 was too scary. I didn't finish it before. Let me go back and finish 1. So then I did that. And I mean, from there, I started really becoming a fan. I didn't become like a really hardcore fan where I was spending time like researching stuff and looking up interviews and doing all that until several years later. But yeah, that it all started for me with this game when this game pretty much came out. It was one of the first games that was too scary for me to even want to play it beyond a certain point. All right. We got a puzzle. This puzzle throws a lot of people off too. It's, again, the hardest puzzles in Silent Hill are the ones that very easily let you overthink them. They give you a lot of false leads, and they present things in a way that makes you think one thing when it's something else. In the case of this, they try to make you think it's like astrology related. You've got different signs, a scale. You have 2 fish, you could interpret as Pisces, a ram, or a sheep, a crab. So you have all these things that you could be kind of looking at it as like, okay, it's Cancer and Pisces, which could be relating to months, which could break down into the numbers that you push here, and it kind of gives you all these different ideas of things that it could potentially be. But It's actually a lot more simple than it gives credit for. It just gives you that extra leeway to overthink it. So all you're looking at is an image, and the number is a corresponding number of limbs. So a traditional scale has 2 arms, so it's got 2. Two fish, no limbs, so it's 0. And it's at the same time letting you know what it counts as a limb and what doesn't. Fish have tails, tails don't count. So you look at the ram, it's got the number 4. So again, horns don't count, tails don't count, just the legs. You're left with 4. And for the crab, you have 10. So all 8 legs and both claws count. So then we look at what we have here. A centaur. So 4 legs, 2 arms, for a total of 6. A bull. Horns don't count, tails don't count. So it's just 4. And 2 people, for a total of 8. And yeah, Eternity, you said, wasn't this original puzzle way more complicated? So originally when they were sending out demos and like test versions of this game, this was a much more complicated puzzle. And apparently it didn't test very well during those early builds. So they simplified it down to what it is now. But yeah, originally that was supposed to be a much more complicated sort of puzzle, and it just got simplified over time.
Oh.
Back up, lady.
Oh.
More complicated how? I think in the original puzzle it did have more to do with astrological signs and corresponding dates and months. And it would have been something more along the lines of like the month minus the number of limbs or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but there's screenshots of it, of how it used to be. And I think it might be in a couple rare demos for this as well. Yeah, apparently the piano puzzle tested fine. And Shakespeare on hard mode in Silent Hill 3. Apparently those were fine. And what's up, NXO? How about Siren? Guess you played that? I have played Siren. Good games. Very good atmosphere. Very creepy. But also very frustrating. They're very hard after a certain point. Those are very unforgiving games. So this is an interesting puzzle. It's relatively simple, but not bad. Names engraved on a lithograph, the Grim Reaper's list. Yes, the head count is set, young and old, lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens, awaiting them, the frenzied uproar, the feast of death. Well, we want that. We want to join that feast of death, I guess. So the Grim Reaper's list is a slate, 5 names: Lydia Findley, Trevor F. White, Albert Lords, Roberta T. Morgan, and Edward C. Briggs. So all you have to do, based on the other one, is put them in order from youngest to oldest. And you're taking the first letter of everyone's first name. So you would have Albert, followed by Lydia, followed by Edward, followed by Roberta, followed by Trevor. That would give us A-L-E-R-T. alert. And even the input for that code, like this very easily could have just been a straight up, letter, password, enter, type of screen. But instead they kind of dress it up, position it, and arrange it almost like a Ouija board. Almost like that. Very similar to it. So speaking of times when I played this game early on, when I did go back and finally finish Silent Hill 1 and get to this part as a kid, this room right here I can remember scaring me quite a bit. Because I felt like after all the time, all throughout this game, you'd keep seeing these bodies on tables and they never move. And then you have this room with this item you can see on the opposite wall after solving a puzzle to get back here and everything. So there's an item I need, and these things lined up, these bodies lined up on either side. I was so sure of I was like, God, they're gonna all get up and I'm gonna have to fight my way out of this little room without a whole lot of space once I pick this up. And you pick it up. And nothing happens. And yeah, that is Silent Hill in a nutshell. The fear of anticipation. You're expecting something, you're anticipating something, and it sort of builds up. And then maybe nothing happens. And it gives you time to sort of calm down and move on. And then something happens.
Harry,
Lisa.
It really
What's the
throws you
matter
off
with
with its expectations.
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry.
Lisa.
So a little point of interest here. In the trade demo, early versions of this game, during this section, Harry originally you'd regain control of Harry and he'd be facing this way, away from the door. They changed it for the final release to make Harry facing the door to try to encourage the player to go back in. Such a sad scene, combined with this music and everything. And then we get to learn more about what happened to Lisa here. There's a diary on the floor. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me, to the hospital. Feeling bad. Need to throw up, but nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Need drug. Help me. So we learn more about Lisa throughout our entire time talking with her, reading this journal. There was a tape I missed earlier. I'll show that in a more proper in-depth playthrough. I have to skip a few things here and there for the sake of keeping this under 6 hours for the marathon shift. But throughout all these scenes and all this information about Lisa, we learn that she was a nurse right here in Alchemilla Hospital. She was the nurse that was put in charge of watching Alessa, and because that was something that was not supposed to be public knowledge, it was being kept a secret. Alessa was kept in one of the basement rooms, not in a proper medical room, but she was kept secretly locked away in a basement room of Alchemilla Hospital under the care of this nurse, Lisa Garland. And in order to keep Lisa compliant and not tell anybody about Alessa, keep her working at the hospital, and keep her doing what Kaufman needed her to do, Kaufman got her hooked on the drug, most likely PTV, that he was manufacturing and dealing for the cult. So through getting Lisa addicted to the drug, he was able to manipulate her and keep her here as Alessa's medical attention. And she eventually most likely died due to that overdose, the use of that drug. So, like, Lisa has been dead this whole time. Every time that we've met with Lisa, she's been a manifestation, just like any of the monsters. We can see her, we can interact with her, we can talk to her. She's created by the power of the town from Alessa's memories of her. And she was allowed to keep more of her human form, be able to talk with you and have her own memories because of how well she cared for Alessa. But ultimately, she comes to realize she is still just a manifestation. That's why she has the line that she's just like all the others. She just didn't realize it yet. She's referring to the other manifested nurses and doctors that have been encountered in Alchemilla so far. So this sort of ends Lisa's arc, mostly ends Lisa's arc and her place in the story, what she meant to Alessa, why she was here, the fact that she was already dead, the realization of that, and her subsequent turning bloody and then vanishing. Still such an emotional scene. The acting and the CG combined with that music, it's all so sad. Especially when you get that better understanding of what happened to Lisa. It's one of the things that I dislike about Origins. They try to add more to Kaufman and Lisa's backstory. They make it more of a sexual thing between the two, even though that's not inferred in this game at all. And Origins just makes the characters into completely different characters. None of them feel like their Silent Hill 1 counterparts. So we did the Stone of Time puzzle, which let us put that into the clock. Clock face breaks and gives us another key. Key of Haggith. And again, all these keys that we're getting to all these doors, the symbols on them were the same symbols that we saw on the TV monitors in the mall earlier, just before the twin feeler fight, the big centipede. Oh yeah, Enigma's gonna tell you guys all about Origins later on. And everybody on Team Silent's gonna be telling you everything we can about all these games. All weekend long. This is just the first game of a weekend-long 72-hour marathon. Which games will I run? I'm doing Silent Hill 1 right now, and I'll be doing Silent Hill Book of Memories at the very end of the marathon as the last game. So I'm opening and closing. Playing one of the best ones, and then the worst one. But right after me, in like less than an hour, Ravenheart's going to be, as soon as I'm done with this, Raven's going to be jumping on, and we'll go right into Silent Hill 2. Which I'm actually going to need to pick up the pace slightly here. You're almost ready? Give me 20 minutes? Oh, you still got like almost an hour. You got like 45 minutes, maybe more. Because we still got the last bit of this game to go through, some stuff to look at, some scenes to watch, and I'm going to be showing all endings. We'll be looking at every ending of the game. Only watch your streams when it comes to Silent Hill. Hope they can live up to it. Everybody on Team Silent is absolutely awesome. They are not only some of my best friends, but they are some of my favorite streamers that I've been a genuine fan of for a long time as well. So I think you'll enjoy everybody on the team. I highly recommend, if you're only familiar with me or some of the people on the team, type !team to go to our team page. There's 5 of us on Team Silent here on Twitch. It's myself, An Eternal Enigma, Maxi Lobes, Ravenheart, and UFO Techie. And seriously, every single person in this team is amazing. Everyone is very knowledgeable when it comes to Silent Hill and a lot of other horror series and game series overall. And everyone's got their own way of approaching them. Everyone's got their own thing to kind of talk about them, their own way to go through them. So you get a lot of different viewpoints and a lot of different emphasis on things. wasn't ready to hear Troy Baker. We're going to have to deal with Troy Baker later on. Because Silent Hill 2 HD is going to be a thing in the marathon. And Book of Memories. Troy also does voices in Book of Memories. Fucking Higgs. That was the most satisfying. Sorry for... I won't say it. Never mind. Never mind. We're not going to get into the Death Stranding talk. There's still a lot of people who haven't played it who don't want it randomly spoiled during a Silent Hill stream. So I'll refrain. Bethor. The Key of Bethor. Oh, Harry, you're all thumbs. It's another very cute piece of fan art that I've seen. Is someone who did some art of Cheryl, little Cheryl, like handing a bag of jelly beans to Harry, like, Daddy, can you open these? And Harry just destroying the bag and sending him everywhere. Look, there's Toad from Super Mario Brothers. Just hanging out there on the wall. Little mushroom hat with the 3 spots. Little face. Little dark spots are his feet. It's just a coincidence of how these tiles look. This texture where it's mirrored and copied over. But it really looks like Toad. Creepy room. An attic room where Alessa was probably kept often. Just a big empty room. Just a desk and a chair. Single light. And all the scribbling on the walls. Help me. And the eyes. Feeling like she was always watched. I still got a little over a half an hour. We definitely got enough time to look at this extra death scene. The bonus little death scene you can get here. We need this Dagger of Melchior. All right, see you later. Instant game over. Tentacle monster lives in the fridge. Grabs Harry by the foot. Drags him away. And it's very interesting because they actually parallel that scene in Silent Hill 3. There's a lot of parallels between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. Because in the sewers in Silent Hill 3, there's a tentacle monster that can instantly kill you if you don't do something else first. You have to throw a hairdryer into the water where it is to electrocute it and be able to pass above it. In this case, we just put a ring of contract on the door, finish that chain link, And then we can take our dagger, no problem. Use our key of Bethor. We can get into the generator room and turn it off. Because there's a key that we need, but it was stuck in some electrical wire. We gotta make sure the power's off. Oh, come on. What am I doing on ammo here? Use the handgun. Well, I've got plenty of shotgun and rifle. The last boss. Last boss on hard mode can get some cheap kills. So our last key, Key of Eritron. You can cheap kill last boss too? I mean, technically yes. You can kill the last boss without shooting it. But I wouldn't necessarily call it a cheap kill, because if you're not running exactly the right way, the boss will hit you in the time that you have to avoid it. And it can technically kill you in one hit, depending on how an attack hits you. And on hard mode, you have to dodge the last boss for a lot longer than you have to on easy or normal. I think it's something like 9 minutes. I know I timed it at one point in the past. But you actually have to stay alive and dodge attacks without taking damage and hopefully not getting one shot. It's honestly easier to just have ammo to shoot at the boss when you're on hard mode. EJ, thank you for the 33 months. Very much appreciated.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
All right. So in context, that weird-ass conversation makes sense. So they're talking about Alessa delaying the impregnation ritual, which the cult is trying to birth one of their gods. They're using Alessa as the vessel for that, to impregnate her so that she'll give birth to the god. Alessa, in her heightened sense of stress, causes a boiler to explode, very severely burns herself, gives her time to split her soul. The other half of her soul goes on to be Cheryl, Harry's adopted daughter, for 7 years. Meanwhile, for that same 7 years, Alessa is stuck here, undergoing horrible medical treatment in the basement of Alchemilla Hospital, with only Lisa caring about her. And you've got these doctors who, the voices for those two doctors, by the way, the one that says half the soul is lost in like the weird voice, the weird accent, is Harry Inaba, who was one of the game directors, overall producers. He worked a lot with the English voice talent of the game. So he recorded for that one doctor, and the other doctor, who has the deeper voice, is voiced by Michael Gwynn, who also voices Harry Mason. It's the same guy, just doing an extra voice because they needed a voice for the doctor. But then, yeah, you've got these doctors talking to Dahlia and Michael as far as they won't be able to finish the ritual, the power that they could draw with only half of Alessa's soul. Dahlia says she will use magical spell, and feeling this child's pain, she's sure to come. So, in that context, she's using a spell to make Alessa feel like she's in her nightmare. It's where her nightmare stems from for the next 7 years of game time. And it's what draws Cheryl to Silent Hill in the first place, to bring her back. It was all part of Dahlia's plan to reunite Alessa's soul. Unfortunately for her, we saved that creepy doctor who keeps fucking monsters. And his bottle of leftover Kool-Aid. So her cult god doesn't stand much of a chance. Because we have guns and Kool-Aid. A lot of little things in Alessa's room here. It's sad because Harry won't really comment on it. Nothing unusual. Some playing cards on the ground. Cards are scattered on the floor. Some dolls on the floor. So Harry just kind of makes the most basic observations here, what something is. But you revisit this room in Silent Hill 3, and Heather, from her perspective, with all of her memories as Alessa being returned to her at that point in the game, comments a lot on the things in this room. It's one of my favorite things to do in Silent Hill 3 is look around at all the areas that you revisit and kind of see what Heather says when you examine stuff. You get more information on those cards, on the dolls, the butterfly and moth collection. You can see, actually, with one of the cases, there's a moth missing. There's a shape where there was one in the middle, on the one in the bottom right. It's implied that the missing one is what became the float stinger through the power of the nightmare and through Alessa's, or through the power of the town and Alessa's nightmare. Child's drawings are scattered on the floor. And if you look at those drawings, you can see the pink on blue one kind of resembles the dogs, the skinless dogs. There's a blue one over here with red near the bottom edge next to the dress, kind of reminiscent of the air screamers. You can see the big wingspan coming off of it and the thinner legs and stuff towards the middle. So even the creatures that you've been seeing throughout the town, it's all things coming from Alessa's mind. Things she used to draw, stories she used to read, old fairy tales, pictures, picture books of animals and plants, all that stuff. All the things you've been encountering, it's all stemmed from Alessa's mind. The power of the town has just been taking all these images and memories and fears and turning them into this nightmare, spilling out onto reality. I love that concept for the game setting, that it's not just another dimension, it's not just hell, you know, it's not just something so simple or basic. It's like all this intricate stuff this spiritual power is capable of, and figuring out how it's affecting everything and why it's affecting things the way it does is a big part of each of the games, at least the originals. Yeah, PNP Gamer. The actual origin of the town's power is a mystery. Dress hanging on the wall, 6, maybe 7. Must be a kid about that age. Locked. Thou possess them to guard thy spirit. Evoke 5 rights, unveil thy fate. So the 5 rights are our 5 religious artifacts to open this final door. All things that sort of contribute towards the cult's overall beliefs. The cult is kind of an amalgamation of lots of little religious beliefs across lots of religions and historical things. Takes elements from like alchemy and all sorts of stuff. We have our Amulet of Solomon. The amulet is a star-shaped object with 6 corners named after the ancient magician. Crest of Mercury, snake in the symbol of Mercury, signifies alchemy. An ankh, an elliptical talisman with a cross inside. Dagger of Melchior, the ancient dagger named after the Magi. And the Disc of Ouroboros, ring of a snake biting its own tail.
Come along.
No! No! I don't want to!
Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all.
No! I don't want to do it!
It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too.
Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just 2 of us. Please understand.
Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
Mommy!
Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
So we get a bit of a flashback, a vision of Alessa, how she felt towards Dahlia. She doesn't hate her. It's interesting, like there's a lot of stuff in that scene, that dialogue, that is kind of, it can have multiple meanings depending on how you apply it to the series as a whole, to just this game on its own. It kind of complicates some of the elements of who Dahlia is, what the purpose of the cult is, what her overall plan with summoning this god is. Because if you go by like information in Silent Hill 4, Dahlia leads a section of this cult that is entirely focused around birthing this god using Alessa. And yet we have this cutscene where Dahlia is just at this moment realizing she can perform this ritual using her own daughter. So it doesn't make sense in conjunction with like the Silent Hill 4 stuff, but on its own, it's supposed to be that moment of realization where Dahlia started using Alessa for her own purposes, for the ritual and for the cult's overall gain. But up until that point, it seems like Alessa liked her mother. She said she just wanted to be left alone, her and her mother. She didn't want the rest of the cult interfering in their lives. She didn't want the rest of the town, which we see the word thief and drop dead, all that stuff carved on her desk. She didn't want to deal with the other people in school and the other people in town. She didn't want to deal with the rest of the cult. She just wanted to live on her own, happily with her mother. And her mother was like, oh, hey, sweet little child that loves me unconditionally. That's who I could use for my God-birthing ritual. Hey, what's up, Vaughn? And hey, Denari. Good evening. Thank you for the host.
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name? Ugh!
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
Gluffiness! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, better get busy. Ah, you're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
What the?
It's my favorite musical instrument, the dentist drill. J-Rock, thank you for the 32 months, man. Welcome back. Thank you so much for all the support. I love this song. I know, this is my jam. This is a fucking jammer. I immediately fucking died. I immediately got the one shot. That's probably the best luck I've ever had. Usually it takes at least like a couple times I get zapped before the hard mode god one-shots me. Right off the bat. Just hit me immediately with it. Which means I'm probably at like 96% health. So there. Yeah, this time I barely survived it. It leaves you with like 2%. We got it. Shotgun, close range counterattacks. I don't care how tough your god is. Avatar, thank you so much for the 33 months. Welcome back. Why does Dahlia wear a red and black striped tie? She's a big Harry Potter fan. Thank you so much. Enjoy the good plus ending. Alessa is blessing Harry with a delicious honey glazed ham as his reward for defeating God. No, just kidding. It's a baby. Since he lost his daughter, Alessa's like, don't worry, I'll reincarnate and I'll be your daughter. So he's going to name that baby Cheryl. And later on, that baby's going to decide to be called Heather instead. Not quite the end of Lisa's arc, like I mentioned earlier. Kaufman is there suddenly. And he's not getting out. Lisa gets her revenge. Then we cue the music. right, enjoy the credits. Raven, we're going to go a little bit long. Not too much, but a few minutes over. Because I'm going to show every ending. So that's the good plus ending. That's the best ending you can possibly get. You save Kaufman. He gets... It's all just so that Lisa can get her revenge. But you save Kaufman. You save Sybil. She leaves with you. She boops the baby, which we'll see after the credits. But there are 4 other endings. So this is the good plus ending. There's also a good, just good ending. There's the worst ending, the bad ending, and there's the bad plus ending, which is a bad ending, but not so bad because you save Sybil. But it's still a bad ending. And the UFO ending. But there's still a lot to look at. But once we go through all these endings, we'll then be kicking it over to Ravenheart and jump right into Silent Hill 2. I guess I could skip this. I love the song. But we got a lot of other endings to watch. Boop. And then we get bloopers. Team Silent wanted so badly to emulate the cinematic experience with this game that they put post-credit bloopers, which are actually just some of Takayoshi Sato's animation tests when he was working on the CG. Griff, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey Nubs, my question is, how do we know the god is bad? It first appears as an angel, and then turns into a terrible monster. So the more we learn about the cult, the more we learn about what they expect their god to be. And that's important because the town's power is just taking whatever's in people's minds and making that real. So if the cult believes in a god that wants to purge all of mankind in order to cleanse the world and start over, that's what it will be born to do. And that's what the cult believes. And that's what that god was supposed to do. So I would generally consider things that want to end existence as bad. Maybe not everybody. But I personally feel like it's a bad creature to exist if it's going to do that. But yeah, essentially it is just the god is created through the power of the town and through the cult's beliefs. The cult believes in very twisted renditions of gods and stuff. That god can affect the outside world if it's given the power to. It doesn't, like, the power of Silent Hill is not limited to just the area. If it's changing reality. So if it changes reality and makes a creature that is capable of destroying life as it's known, then it can make that. And that thing is capable of doing that, regardless of that affecting everything everywhere and not just within the town. The town is just capable of creating it, as long as somebody will believe in it. But yeah, that's our good plus ending. So let's look at the good ending. But this is what happens if we save Kaufman, but we do not save Sybil. So the endings are good, good plus, bad, bad plus, and UFO. That is
Dahlia.
correct.
Well, well, well. To think you
These scenes
made
are
it
also
this
different, so I'm going to
far.
let them play out.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you could accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this and keep your cool.
Glorious! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, kept you busy. Ah, you're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Huh? What the?
Yay, dentist drill. In XO, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you, much appreciated. Don't you die, Satan. Oh, I don't have healing items. Awkward. Good enough. So we saw good plus ending first. So now this is just the regular good ending.
Daddy.
We still got a few more endings to watch after this. No Sybil to run with us. But still some good music. Is the ending widely considered canon by the community? I'd say it's still fairly split between good and good plus. But yeah, personally, this is the ending that I mostly feel fits in line with Silent Hill 3 and kind of everything related to Silent Hill 1 after the fact. Sybil doesn't survive in canon. She's never mentioned in the sequels. None of the ones that were made by Team Silent. She gets one little throwaway line in Silent Hill Homecoming, which is made by totally different people. It's not considered canon in the first place. Could be either one, since the only difference is Sybil, pretty much. Either good or good plus could line up. As said, personally I'm a fan of good and not good plus, since Sybil doesn't get mentioned in 3. Harry has a Glophatus to give to Heather, and he knows what it does. And all of those 3 things are set up with this ending. I just wanted to let it play for a little bit. I like the song. Okay, and we already saw the bloopers. So that covers our good endings. Now let's look at the bad endings. I believe this one should be the worst ending. And then this one is the bad plus ending. So we'll look at bad plus first. So in this scenario, Kaufman has been left to die, but we still saved Sybil. So again, it'll change this dialogue with Dahlia in the first part, so I'm going to let that play. And then we'll get a different ending after that.
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name? Ugh!
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Okay, after that bit with Sybil,
Where's
the
Cheryl?
rest of
What
this
have you
is going to
done
be
to
the
her?
same. I'm going to skip that. But the only thing that's different is instead of the god being born out of Alessa, it's just Alessa herself. Kaufman doesn't show up with the Glophatus. The demon is not driven out of her. The god is not driven out of her. So instead we have to kill Alessa directly. Which is why these are the bad endings.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl? Cheryl!
Get some more good credit music. What happens to Dahlia then? Isn't she shot by Kaufman? In the scenarios where she's not shot by Kaufman, she gets electrocuted and set on fire by Alessa. I guess I could have let that scene play out. I forgot that also changes. The rest of the dialogue leading up to that is the same. But yeah, since you don't have Kaufman show up, I'll let it play on the bad ending. Because it'll be the same. The only thing different is you don't get the little Sybil segment beforehand. Looks like a good ending to me. Skips the god being birthed in Silent Hill 3. Then we don't get Silent Hill 3. And I like Silent Hill 3. Biddy, thank you for the host. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a great night, Biddy. We are just wrapping up Silent Hill 1. Got a couple more endings to show. And then we're going to be jumping over to Ravenheart on his channel. for Silent Hill 2, and the marathon will roll on. In fact, let's go ahead. We've enjoyed enough of the song.
Harry, go.
How could she slap? Yeah, PNP Gamer. Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4 are like standalone, kind of self-contained stories. They have some little bits of connection between each other, but it's not connected the way that like Silent Hill 1 and 3 are. 3 is a direct sequel to 1. It features the same characters, same timeline and everything set up in this game. It's just 17 years later. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 stands on its own. Silent Hill 4, for the most part, stands on its own. And then everything after 4 was made by totally different, unrelated people, so most people don't even count anything after 4 as canon. I know a lot of people who've never played anything after the 4th game, which, to be fair, I mean, the quality definitely takes a big drop after 4. I'm not a big fan of the Western games, but they're not all bad. They have some interesting stuff to some of them in some ways as well, some more than others. I'm not I really hate Origins. I'm not a big fan of Downpour. Homecoming is fun to speedrun, but as a Silent Hill game, it's not great. Book of Memories is trash. Okay. So, last of the normal endings, I guess. This is the completely bad ending. Sybil is dead. Kaufman is dead. Harry's going in here by himself. We're going to let all this play out.
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God. It's awakening. It's awake. Now no one can interfere.
Cheryl!
If that person no longer exists, this is a god descended among us to reach out and save us!
So the reason I hesitated there was to get the most out of my shotgun shots. Counter hits in this game do extra damage.
Cheryl!
So if you attack the god right as it's charging up and you see the electricity on her and use that moment to shoot, it does a lot more damage than if you shoot her otherwise.
Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl!
And then we get like the saddest of the credit musics. The "You Fucked Up Royally" music basically sounds like a game over screen music. Trying to think what game it is that this song always reminds me of. Reminds me a little bit of Tenchu. Has some similar songs. Yep, it's in Spanish. Esperándote. Wonder how many played this and thought the game sucked because of this ending and never played it again. I don't know, a lot of people. There's a lot of people who've not seen all the endings for this game and pretty much, probably only really played it once. Maybe looked the other stuff up later, but and that's our final scene. Harry was dead the whole time. This was all just the last crazy thoughts as the life left his brain. Which is basically the Shattered Memories canon ending. So now, in that ending, he crashes his car, he dies. Cheryl doesn't make it all the way to Silent Hill, so instead she grows up with her adoptive mother and eventually has to go to therapy at Michael Kaufman's lighthouse therapy session thing. So many spilled jammers. It doesn't really work, but that's kind of how Shattered Memories works. That's the closest thing to tying this game to that one. It's like the worst ending Harry's just dead and Cheryl's just going to therapy. Sorry, I ruined Shattered Memories for everybody. But now it's time to get to the actual canon ending. All the true believers know what really goes on in Silent Hill. Everyone talks about if the games after Team Silent disbanded are canon or anything like that. The real, true canon is that there's only 3 games. There's Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3. And it wasn't a cult, and it wasn't gods. It wasn't drugs.
Wait! Damn, I was too late.
It was aliens.
What? Sorry. Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair.
Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Silent Hill.
Makes perfect sense, right? It was aliens. It was aliens the whole time. And it makes even more sense once you see the UFO endings of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. That's why I say that's the real canon. There's only 3 games. And if you see the rest of the marathon, you'll probably see those UFO endings. And you'll see the true story of Silent Hill. But that's all of Silent Hill 1. That's every possible ending of Silent Hill 1 and a full playthrough on hard mode. We watched all the scenes. We read most of the things. We talked about all the stuff that I didn't read and talked about all of the overall plot. Is this fake? This is not fake. It is very real. That is a very real ending. You're not going to like stumble into it. You're not going to get it accidentally. It's only on New Game Plus, and you have to do a lot of specific things to get it. But yeah. No, Silent Hill 4 was the first game in the series that did not have a UFO ending. So that's why the true canon is just the first 3 games and their UFO endings. But speaking of the first 3 games, that's it for the first game. This was just the first part of a 72-hour long, and it's going to be more than that, weekend-long marathon. Right up next is going to be Ravenheart. So we're going to just go raid directly into Ravenheart. And we're going to keep the marathon rolling. I'm going to be hanging out over there. I'm going to be in chat. And Raven's going to be playing some Silent Hill 2. But thank you everybody so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here for the start of this marathon. Please support everybody in Team Silent who's putting in a lot of work this weekend to make this non-stop Silent Hill marathon happen. You can click on that link. You can go to our team page, follow everybody there. And Eternal Enigma, Maxi Lobes, UFO Techie, and Ravenheart, who we are raiding right now. And I said, the marathon will be going all weekend long.